And good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the 2025 Virtual National Workzone Management Conference. My name is Matt. I'm with Art Staff, and I'll be here as your MC today and tomorrow to take you in between the sessions and help you with anything you need. Not shown is Justin Russell. Justin is our IT person for this event, and if you have any questions, technical questions, please feel free to message him within Microsoft Teams. Also, quick note, just for the purpose of asking questions when our moderators are running these panels. If you have questions for our panelists, please type them in the chat. We've had a couple of folks having trouble with the Q&A within their systems, so the best thing to do is use chat. So we'll be monitoring chat and paying attention to that. And so then, without further ado, let's get started. Today, we have all kinds of fantastic sessions covering everything from automated flagger devices through successes with public-private safety partnerships, which I'm personally very excited to learn about. So I'm going to turn you over now to our moderator of our first session today, our mini session, Safety Data Update. Brad, take it away.
Thank you so much, Matt. And again, likewise, I welcome you to this conference, the second day of our conference and our focus on worker safety programs. As you may have noticed in that opening screen that you saw there, and we'll see this for every session, there are QR codes available. Those QR codes, if scanned, will take you to a section on the Workzone Clearinghouse website where information parallel or similar to that which is being presented will be shared. So be sure and take advantage of those QR codes to find out more information on the Workzone Safety Information Clearinghouse. Thanks, Matt, for putting that back out. All right, we have a great session today. You know, it's amazing, and we probably take for granted how much of what we do here and what we're talking about today is based on data. And so when it comes to safety data for both work zones and workers, there are few people in the country who are better at it than our next two panelists. So first today, we're going to hear from Marcus Brewer. And Marcus is a research engineer at the Texas A&M Transportation Institute in College Station, where he serves as Assistant Program Manager of TTI's Roadway Design Program. He has 2 degrees in civil engineering, a bachelor's degree from the University of Kansas and a master's degree from Texas A&M University. He has over 25 years experience in full-time research on topics that include geometric design of roadways and intersections, roadway and roadside safety, and operational effects of geometrics. His approach to research seeks to find practical, implementable solutions to issues that affect the safety and mobility of all transportation system users. And Marcus will be followed by a former colleague of his, Dr. Amber Trueblood, who is the Data Center Director at CPWR, the Center for Construction Research and Training. She holds a doctorate degree in epidemiology and environmental health, also from Texas A&M University School of Public Health, and an MPH in health promotion and behavioral science from the rival down the street at the University of Texas School of Public Health. Dr. Trueblood has a variety of experience using surveillance data for injury and poisoning prevention among workers. She's passionate about using data to keep workers safe and healthy and manages a wonderful safety center at CPWR that I'm sure she's going to talk about. So these are great presenters. We're lucky to have them today, and we'll turn the time over first to Marcus.
All right, thanks so much for the great introduction, and look forward to sharing with you today. Broadly termed, this is a safety data update. No surprises in the title, but we're going to get into a few different kinds of data. So I'm going to begin, and then, as you've already heard, I'm going to turn it over to Andrew here shortly. What I'm going to talk about this morning is going to focus on the National Workzone Safety Information Clearinghouse, and specifically the section of Workzone data that is provided there on crashes and related information that we have assembled here at TTI with help of a variety of partners, including some that you've already heard from Ardba this morning. So if you're wanting to follow along now or later, go to workzonesafety.org. You can find the Workzone Safety Clearinghouse there. And up in the corner, you will find Workzone data circled in red here on the screen to show you where we're providing the information that we're going to talk about this morning. And you can review this at any time that you like throughout the year. But as you go there, what you're going to find is data that we've compiled from a few different primary data sources. We have fatal crash-related statistics. We've got estimated injuries and related crashes and total crashes, as well as information on highway worker fatalities. The number for highway fatal crashes comes from NHTSA's Fatal Analysis Reporting System, or FARS. The reporting system there, FARS, includes fatal crashes from all 50 states, as well as the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico. So we've cast a wide net there to include nationwide data. The numbers for estimated injuries, injury crashes, and total crashes come from the NHTSA Crash Report Sampling System, or CRSS. These systems only provide national estimates of work zone crashes, so you'll see us talk about estimated numbers in different places through the presentation. And so they may underrepresent the actual numbers of work zone injuries and crashes that occur, but it provides us a good indication of the situation that we're trying to describe. And then data regarding highway worker fatalities at road construction sites are available from Census of Fatal Occupational Injuries, or CFOI, that's provided by Bureau of Labor Statistics, or BLS. And BLS defines a road construction site as a location of construction, maintenance, or utility work on a road, street, or highway. These CFOI data are collected from each state, District of Columbia, New York City specifically, as well as Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands, and Guam. So again, casting a wide net to incorporate as many data sources as we can for these numbers. With that in mind, if you go to the Workzone data page within the Clearinghouse website, you'll be directed here to this page. And it begins with at a glance, and we'll talk about some at a glance here in a moment. But on the left side, you will also see some additional links that go to more specific types of data that we've compiled, reports and graphs and so forth, to dig deeper into the numbers. But on this at a glance page, you will see the highest level, if you will, summaries of what we've seen. And these compile the last 5 years of nationwide data. And you'll see as of 2023, which is the most recent complete year that we have data available, the number of work zone fatal crashes and fatalities continued to decrease. We've seen a little bit of a decrease in recent years, which is good. Still have more to go, but that trend is headed in the right direction the last couple of years. However, we've seen the estimated number of work zone injury crashes and injuries themselves increase a bit compared to last year. When you click through to the Trends and Statistics page, you'll see a few selected trends and patterns that we're following, certain characteristics of crashes that we've been tracking year over year. And these that we're showing provide 3-year averages, in this case, the 2021 to 23 average for these characteristics and these categories. And so the first one just looks at the distribution of fatal work zone versus non-work zone crashes by functional classification of roadway, as well as the land use, rural or urban. And you can see there that compared to fatal non-work zone crashes, the fatal work zone crashes are overrepresented on urban interstates, rural interstates, and rural principal arterials and freeways and expressways. That's where the orange bars are noticeably higher than the black colored bars for work zone versus non-work zone. The graph on the right focuses on rear end crashes and looks at how represented they are between fatal work zone crashes and non-work zone crashes. And we see that rear end collision involvement is consistently higher for fatal work zone crashes than for fatal non-work zone crashes for all roadways except urban collectors and local roads. And that overrepresentation is most apparent on rural roadways, as you see the difference between the orange and black trend lines more sizable in the rural area. Two other trends that we follow on this Trends and Statistics page include driver distraction and CMV involvement. Driver distraction contributes to fatal work zone crashes more often than fatal non-work zone crashes. Again, you see those trend lines and the orange numbers The overrepresentation is particularly evident on rural and urban interstates, where those bars are highest. Commercial motor vehicles, broadly defined as large trucks and buses with gross vehicle weight rating of more than 10,000 pounds, are highly overrepresented in fatal work zone crashes compared to fatal non-work zone crashes. And in fact, CMVs are involved in almost 60% of fatal work zone crashes that occur on rural interstates. And you see that, again, represented there on this graph. Those are some examples of trends and statistics. If you then go to national and state traffic data on the website, you will see a screen similar to this. It has the entire nationwide map, and then by default it shows national data for the last several years. And then if you click on one of those states or territories, it will provide the data specific to that location. But you can get a kind of a broader look at particular locations if you want to do a deep dive, if you will, from that information sourced from FARS. And you can see trends year over year that match the other graphs that we have shown. Then we also look at worker fatalities and injuries at construction or work zone sites. And this is a 10-year graph. Between 2014 and 2023, fatal worker injuries at road construction sites from all causes, this is everything combined, have ranged between 82 and 143 per year, as you can see in the graph on the left. The trend is headed in the correct direction. It is declining over the last few years, which is good. But the percentage of all road worker fatalities nationally that occur at road construction sites has ranged between 1.6 and 2.8%. Also somewhat of a decline, but that percentage is still kind of in a fairly tight band between 1 and 2%. The trends for both then have remained relatively constant until recently, but we do see a decrease in those trends since 2021, so that's encouraging. Looking at long-term trends on the right, the percentage of worker fatalities at road construction sites that involve a worker on foot being struck by a vehicle decreased in 2015, but has mostly increased since then. So in 2023, about 60% of the highway worker fatalities at road construction sites were of this type, where you have a worker on foot being struck by a vehicle. It's not known exactly how many of these workers on foot were struck by motorists versus construction vehicles. It's also not known what specific activities the workers were doing at the time of the incident. Were they installing signs or channelizing devices? Were they surveying? Were they paving, etc.? But it still gives us an idea of the types of crashes that we see that involve highway workers and particularly fatalities of workers on foot. So this is a sample of the data that you can find on the Workzone Clearinghouse website. Again, lots of other details that are there and supporting information that you can find there as well. But these are some of the highlights that we want to cover this in this session. So now I'm going to turn it over to Amber, who's going to continue the discussion on road construction data and resources.
Marcus, as usual, great information coming out of TTI and the Workzone Clearinghouse. I'm going to quickly present some construction-specific data trends and some CPW or Workzone resources that we have freely and publicly available on our website. Just a note, I didn't want to repeat what Marcus was saying, so we did coordinate our slides because I know data heavy, you don't want a lot of methods. So just as a note, we use the same primary data sources as Marcus presented, with FARS, CFOI being the primary. But CPWR focuses on construction workers, so our data definitions vary slightly. So you're not going to see a one-to-one match with the numbers Marcus presented and the numbers I present. And our work always focuses on workers at the end of the day. Okay. So looking at fatal at-work injuries that occurred at road construction sites, we're real interested in understanding what workers are being fatally killed at road construction sites. So we split this out by industry to really understand what types of workers we're seeing there. We see 63% in 2023 of those workers killed at road construction sites were construction workers. followed by professional and business services and transportation and warehousing, and 11% are other. And that may be that the industry was suppressed by CFOI, which is a problem we're having, is some data suppression for smaller cell counts. Okay, so next I want to quickly highlight our transportation injury data dashboard, which was recently published in 2025 as part of the 7th edition construction chart book. These dashboards include dynamic charts and key findings that update with dashboard and our chart level filters. So you see at the very top a year and injury type. If you were to see that published, it's clearly a drop-down menu, just doesn't screenshot nicely. And those actually allow the key findings that you see on the side and the charts to update based on your personal interest. So the transportation injury dashboard shown here includes FARS data trends. And so in 2023, what do we see for construction work zone trends and FARS? We saw 514 fatal construction work zone crashes and 12.9 thousand injury-only construction work zone crashes. And I just want to again note that this is going to be slightly different from what you find on the work zone clearinghouse due to our definition focusing on construction work zones. So we exclude utility and maintenance work zones typically in our analysis. So of those fatal crashes, there were 568 fatalities in construction work zones, and 49 of those were determined to be at work fatalities, meaning in the data, it was flagged that the person was at work. And from a method perspective, we do know that that at work may not always be completed. So that's something from data quality that we'd like to see, make sure 100% reported, just so we accurately know how many of those were at work. So a lot of data. CPWR has a lot of additional data resources available. I decided to keep it hopefully short since we knew Marcus was going to also be highlighting data. So some of our resources include our latest transportation injury dashboard I just presented, as well as data reports and other publications that examine transportation injuries. And almost everything that we do transportation related goes back to examining work zones and the involvement to understand how we can keep those workers safe. And you may be thinking, I'm here for data. I like it. I don't want to actually look at your data resources. You just tell me the key findings. I'll come to presentations. Perfectly fine. I understand not everyone's a data person. So CPWR also has other resources available that are more educational. So we have a webpage dedicated to work zone safety resources. These include toolbox talks, infographics, as well as webinars that we've done on the topic. And some internal traffic control plan resources. So I highly recommend you check those resources out. Of work zone safety data from both Marcus at TTI and us here at CPWR. As usual, if you've ever heard me present, if you have data questions, feel free to reach out to me directly. If there's something you were hoping to see in today's update that wasn't, please reach out to Marcus or myself. There's a lot of data and we have to just pick at a high level what we could fit into the time. So I will hand it back over to ARPA staff.
Sure. And Amber and Marcus, thank you so much for your informative presentations. And I'm sure you would make yourselves available if people have further questions. I do have a question I would like to ask, and I think it just kind of deserves some clarification. And can you please explain why, when we know that FARS, if you're trying to find worker fatality data, it's going to be classified as pedestrians, right? And that's different under the BLS data. Can you kind of help us understand why there is a difference between what we might see coming from BLS as opposed to what we see coming from FARS? Because this has caused sometimes confusion with people using the clearinghouse and data resources and saying, why does one say this and one say something else? Could you please explain that?
I can go first, I guess. Amber, you can fill in as needed. A lot of everything that we're talking about here comes down to definitions. There's so many ways to define what you're doing, and Brad, part of it was in your question, and that FARS defines them as pedestrians, even though workers who are on the job site are not what we would think of when we first think of the term pedestrian. We're probably thinking of someone that's using a crosswalk, like in the image behind me. And so that's a different type of road user, but they have to go somewhere on the definitions. And so that's why it's important, as Amber mentioned many times in her presentation, that some of her numbers are a little different from what we'll see on the Workzone Clearinghouse because of the way things are defined in what we're doing. So it's important as you look into that to make sure that you know what you're reading as you report it or as you use it in your purposes, but also, again, feel free to ask questions of us if something doesn't make sense or something looks different that you think maybe should be something else.
So yeah, Marcus, that's a great high-level overview of those differences. And just, it's also a difference of the underlying data source and how it's collected. So CFOI, the Census of Fatal Occupational Injuries with BLS, and SOI, their non-fatal injuries, if you were to look at that, is coded all using the Occupational Injury and Illness Classification Manual. And so they come in and they define nature, source, event exposure, and a lot of the times that's completely different than FARS or other data sources that involve crashes specifically, which are based on crash reports, which typically the underlying resource for those law enforcement officers completing forms that goes into, state databases and then all the way up to the federal level. And so those are very different intended purposes for CFOI and FARS, which gets into the definition differences. I've heard next time CFOI does an update, we really need to streamline some of the crash data, and I think that would be fantastic. So, I guess if federal advisory committees open back up, we can start pushing for some of that streamlining. But it's always important, and I'll avoid a data rant. If you're not familiar with data source, just look at who's collecting it, what is its purpose, and that can help sort of answer some of those questions. And again, Marcus and myself, we're happy to, say this is why it's defined this way, or here's the difference.
Okay, and then following up on that, because it's something that you both highlighted in your comments about numbers that are reported. So we know that the clearinghouse reports I think it's highway workers or roadway workers that are injured, and whereas CPWR is looking at construction workers. Tell me why those categories are different. I mean, what's the difference between the two, and why do we have different numbers depending on how we count workers?
So I'll jump the gun here because I think Marcus' whole goal is work zone. So they, look at a high level work zone. And so within FARS, our CFOI data definitions largely align just because at the level reported, except we'll break down to construction industry for a lot of our trends, whereas TTI, the clearinghouse, keeps it all industry. And then within FARS has different definitions for work zones. So there's a construction work zone, a utilities work zone, a maintenance work zone, and I believe other. And after digging around, talking to NHTSA a little bit, really, and this was several years ago, trying to make sure we're focused on construction workers, it was determined the best is, really focus on if it was a construction work zone, because that's guaranteed, that's where the workers are going to be. And some of that's a limitation because it'd be really nice if in FARS there was an occupation, column, so we could specifically say, yes, that's a construction worker, but it's not. So that's the big difference there and just how we pool the data.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to add to that. That's a pretty good summary. The Workzone Clearinghouse uses a broader definition. So we have construction, maintenance, utility, other, and so it does cast a wider net, but that is the purpose of the clearinghouse compared to the analyses that Amber's doing.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that because I know always there are some questions about the numbers and how we're counting them, and and that what you're looking at is so important. Anyone else have any questions for our presenters today? Excellent presentations on data. And again, we so appreciate what you do because how we determine what programs to accelerate or what areas to emphasize is all based on the type of information that we can gather. So we greatly appreciate all that. Again, Matt's put up the slide, so that QR code will take you to the Workzone Clearinghouse Data Center. And I will also invite Amber to put in the chat a link to the CPWR data site as well. So thank you so much, and we'll turn it over to Matt for a short break.
Thanks, Brad, and thank you to all of our presenters. We'll begin our next program at 1 o'clock p.m., and from that point on, all of our sessions will occur at the top of the hour. So come and join us in just 5 minutes for our next session, which is, drumroll please, automated flagger assistance devices. So we'll see you in just 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll return for our next session in just 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll return in just 2 minutes. All right, folks, by my watch, we are just getting ready to get started, and we're beginning our next session, Automated Flagger Assistance Devices. I'll say this, I'm very excited about this session. When I began my foray into safety education and training in construction zones about 20 years ago, the first thing I did was work on Flagger training. And on a personal note, anything we can do to help those folks be safer, I am for it. So I'm very excited to see what happens next. So I'd like to introduce our moderator, Melanie Laird from ARPA. Melanie, if you can come to the stage, and let's get started.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Matt. Welcome everyone to our 1 o'clock session on automated flagger assistance devices. We're very excited to have you today. I have the pleasure of introducing a fantastic group of speakers. Just a note, please feel free to use that chat for all of your questions. We will hold them until the end. So as the presentations go, just keep on dropping those and we'll read them as we close out the session. So thank you so much for that. All right, so with our speakers today, we have 4 speakers that will be presenting. Our first up is Donnie Jeffers with Vermac. Johnny has been involved with the contract and policy work for the last 8 years, with the last 3 with Vermac and the traffic safety industry. He lives outside of Nashville with his wife, 2 kids, and a menagerie of assorted animals. So we're excited to have you on board. Next, we have Matt Neiman with Nebraska DOT. Matt was raised in Lincoln, Nebraska, graduated from Lincoln High School, and received his bachelor's degree in civil engineering from UNL in 1999. He began working at the Nebraska Department of Transportation, then Roads, in 1995 as a student and has held various positions since. In 2007, he moved into his current position in the Traffic Engineering Division with responsibilities over signing, pavement marking, traffic signals, and Workzone traffic control on all highways throughout the state. Next, we have Clay Colwell with Tennessee DOT. Clay is in his 26th year with Tennessee Department of Transportation, where he has worked as a pavement and materials engineer in the regional operations as a manager over facility maintenance, state aid, safety, and training. Clay holds a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from the University of Memphis and currently serves as the Director of Employee Safety for the department. Okay, and last but not least, we have Eric Perry with ATSA. Eric holds a master's degree in civil engineering and has over 25 years of experience in the transportation industry. He specializes in program and project management, workzone safety, and instructor-led training. Eric has spent 16 years at Leidos, formerly SAIC, as a senior transportation engineer. Since 2017, he's been with the American Traffic Safety Services Association as the Director of Innovation and Technical Services, where he addresses technical issues for members and staff and leads grant projects, including federal grants related to work zones and roadway safety. So a very qualified group of gentlemen today, and I will pass it on to you to begin the session.
All right, let's try and share. All right, so today we're going to be talking about AFADs, Automated Flagging Assistance Devices. It actually shoehorns pretty nice with those last set of data points of the increase in pedestrian fatalities as a percentage to the rest of the work zone. So we're going to start off with just kind of the basics on what an AFAD is and what it's used for, and then we'll go on from there. So these are just some pictures of AFADs for use across North America, some in Canada, some in the US. First and foremost, what is an AFAD? So here at the base of everything is just keeping the flagger out of harm's way. So it's removing that flagger from the road and putting a device out there that's going to stop traffic instead. Typically, it's going to be a trailer or trolley mounted gate device with a signal head designed for flagging operations. 2 AFADs can be operated using 1 or 2 wired or wireless remote controllers. Each AFAD is set up at the end of a work zone, placing the flaggers out of the active traffic lane in the work zone. And this technology is allowing that operator to safely control both devices from a location, again, outside of that active traffic lane. Types of AFADs, they've been around for about 35 years. You guys might recognize the one all the way on the left. That was the old stop slow paddle. You do not see those as much anymore. They did not always work out the way that we would like them to, so we went to the signal head, and the MUTCD started really working with those about 7 years ago. You see there's a trailer mounted. Those can be tandem or nest towing. Trolley mounted, so those can be brought out on a trailer, then placed out. And then within the last couple of years, you're seeing more hitch mounted, which can tow one trailer and then have the hitch mount for more mobile work zones, such as mowing or patchwork. We're going to talk mainly about the red, yellow lens AFADs. That's about 95 to 98% of what you see on the road. Basic features are going to be that signal head 7 feet up above The roadway with 12-inch red and yellow circular lamps, just like most signal heads. The important note here is there is no green signal on this. That would make this a signal and not an AFAD. It's a gate arm with reflective tape, typically a flag on the end of it, a stop here on red sign, wireless or wired controller. Those are some examples of controllers down there from different manufacturers. Malfunction management system. It needs to have something in place that both gates cannot be up at the same time. And again, we talked a little about tandem or nested towing. Nested towing is just creating 3 points of contact between the two trailers, creating one solid trailer. Me personally, I would prefer to always do nested towing just because I don't like tandem. Typical uses of the AFAD. So some things to think about if we're going to be rolling an AFAD out. One is the length of the project. AFAD should be used for short or intermediate closures of roads or lanes. They are not advised for extended road closures. The type of road. AFADs are going to be appropriate when there is a single lane of approach and traffic to control. AFADs are to never be used in multiple lanes of approaching traffic, nor as a replacement for traffic signals. Time of work. In regions where night deployment is allowed, AFADs can be used during day and night activity. However, if used at night, just like if it was a flagging operation, the unit should be properly illuminated to provide adequate visibility for the motorist. Here is a diagram of a typical AFAD setup. You can see an AFAD setup on either side of the chute. If you're using a single operator on both of those, they need to have a line of sight on both AFADs and traffic. So they could be one person operating both of those on that single lane closure. The AFAD trailer is then set up on the shoulder and the gate would be coming down into traffic. Certain states are going to require a flagger for each unit. That is more than okay. They can use radios just like they would if they were in a usual setup without AFADs. Also, if the AFADs don't have line of sight, if they're around a corner, they're too far away, again, you can easily use a radio in that situation. Some of the easy benefits of AFAD, you're going to have increased worker safety, obviously, with them being removed from the traffic, increased traffic flow efficiency. Signal heads, one thing we hear more and more from motorists is that it's something they recognize, it's something they see. It's not a roll-up sign that got blown over that said flaggers ahead. It's easy for them to see. It also increases their awareness. Again, one TCP can operate both of those if they have line of sight. It's a quick deployment and it's a small footprint. Advanced AFAD capabilities, where it's going to next. Video monitoring for incident management. This is in case something does happen, we have a video log of it occurring. This is not to operate the unit. Again, that line of sight, most states prefer a physical flagger. This is not to replace the flagger. This is just to get the flagger out of harm's way. An intrusion alarm device, manual or automatic. This is typically a 90 to 120 decibel horn that's attached either when a breakaway gate is broken or it's manually hit by the flagger to let someone know that there's been an intrusion into the work zone. The breakaway mechanism, a lot of AFADs now are going to include a gate that can swing. So if it's struck, it swings back on a hinge rather than breaking apart. Adjustable gate arms, we do make one that can go 4, 6, or 8 in telescoping, and that will be able to meet any of the lane or shoulder variations that you might incur. And the new thing is going to be them being connected. So you can have push alerts to the Workzone data exchange, to the TMCs, and to third-party nav apps like Waze. AFAD effectiveness, here are a couple things that have come down. So they've been around for about 30 years, several manufacturers and styles. FHWA requirements and guidelines have ensured that all AFADs provide the same high level of safety to motorists, workers, and AFAD operators. In 2018, a study was conducted by the Missouri Department of Transportation. They found that 80% of drivers surveyed preferred AFADs to human flaggers, with AFADs outperforming human flagger in simulators designed to measure driver performance. The state of Maine reported 100% of their workers surveyed recommended using more AFADs after using them in 59 projects in construction season. And in 2021, CNEST up in Quebec, which is kind of their OSHA, has reported no injuries or fatalities to flaggers in work zones where AFADs have been deployed since the mandatory use was implemented in October of 2020. Quebec City has now for 5 years mandated that all flagging includes an AFAD. Between 2016 and 2020, in that 4-year period, you can see there was 263 minor, major, or deadly incidents being reported as flaggers. Now, CNES does suss out flaggers. That's not something we do in this country. So that's something we're kind of digging in with the University of Nebraska, trying to figure out if we can see real-time change in flagger as opposed to just pedestrian and work zone. Nebraska DOT, which we'll be talking about, has started requiring AFADs for flagging operations lasting more than 4 hours, and that was effective January 1st of this year. And then more states in 2026 and beyond, we don't know. Real quick, kind of based off of what we were talking about yesterday with connected devices, this is just a snapshot of some of the connected devices in North America that VRMAC has. And this year with Waze, in a 5-week study, we were able to see out of 38,000 devices that were coming up, there was 5 million warnings received by Waze users in that 5-week, and 3 million warnings received thumbs up. So there was a 60% acknowledgement rate of those work zones. When these AFADs are put on and they do have connection to third-party nav apps like Waze, you will be able to see a little bit more engagement from the drivers. So that's kind of a high-level overview of what AFADs are, how we use them, and every day. And now I'll kick it over to Matt to talk about what's going on in Nebraska.
Okay, thank you, Donnie. Let me get this shared. Okay, can you see that? Our AFAD use in Nebraska, I will go through a few slides of where we are and how we got there. So since their inclusion in the MUTCD, Nebraska has always allowed them, but we haven't required them, and as a result, they weren't used. So in 2023, we piloted their use in one of our districts for our maintenance forces. So District 7 in the southwest corner of Nebraska used them for the season. Also that year, unfortunately, we experienced 2 fatalities and a serious injury among our maintenance forces, all in flagging situations. So, this led to our expanded use of them as well. So I'll talk about our use in 2023 and also how we have expanded their use since then. In the summer of 23, we rented a set of AFADs. They were used from mid-April to the end of August, used for a total of 80 days in that time period. In this time period, we didn't experience any incidents involving people driving around the AFADs, and no other incidents involving their use. Our maintenance forces felt that they created a pretty consistent message for the work zone, for people stopping and driving through the work zones. And our truckers felt that they could be seen sooner and from a farther distance. So this one set of AFADs kept moving around to all of the crews in this district, and that's how they kept them busy for this number of days. With our use of AFADs, we always require that the operators be outside of the vehicle, but an extra benefit of these, in Nebraska in the summer, thunderstorms can pop up throughout the day, something that may not be on the forecast for that day. And so they experienced a time or two during a quick moving thunderstorm with lightning, they were able to still control traffic from inside a vehicle without putting the flaggers in danger of lightning and out of the rain. So something you may not think about with the use of this device. So this led to a procurement contract for our maintenance forces. This contract was awarded in March of 24. We originally purchased 50 AFADs. Those were delivered in July of 24. And since then, our fleet has grown to 100 AFADs, with 38 more ordered recently that we should receive by next spring. Again, all on the maintenance side of the house. We've had some conversations with our contracting community with this. And so, as are with probably a lot of other states, what we do on the maintenance side, we like to do on the construction side, so everything is equal. And so this led to a construction division directive in July of 24 that required all projects beginning with the August 2024 letting. Any flagging item would include the use of an AFAD. As an interim measure to that, though, beginning in July 1st, 24, we paid an incentive of $100 per day for AFAD use prior to this requirement being in place. So this was added to that flagging bid item, gave the contractor the ability to use them in advance of that January 1st date of 25, and still allowed them to be compensated for that use. When this requirement did go into effect, though, that incentive payment went away. So like many other states, when we use these, we developed a plan that showed, how to use them, where to use them, how everything should be set up. As Donnie mentioned, when we were talking about how we were going to implement these, where they would be, we didn't want to require them everywhere. So we didn't want to put a language out there that said, in emergency situations, they would need to be used because a lot of times that is not possible. We thought about splitting it by ADT, but didn't feel that was appropriate. We have some very low volume roadways in our state, and sometimes those can be as concerning as the higher volume roadways when it comes to flagging. So we split this up where if flagging is anticipated to be used for 4 hours or more, then the AFAD is required. They still may be used where it is anticipated to be less than 4 hours, but that is at the option of the crew, option of the contractor. But anything anticipated for more than 4 hours, they are required. So where we're at now, working on some training options. So there are some e-learning options, on the operation of the equipment that we are utilizing. Next steps for this, we're going to include that in our flagger training. And one of the things that we've noticed this year is the need to note some best practices. We are using these devices to remove a flagger from a roadway. So being on a device, being in between a vehicle and the device is probably not the best place for the operator to be. So we're working with our own maintenance forces, with our contractors to get these operators in a safer position. This is likely also going to include a diagram that may be, a decal that we put on the side of the AFAD, just so everybody is aware of maybe where they should be. In the case of a vehicle hitting this AFAD, we don't want it to be pushed into the operator. So marking out some safer places to be, and showing that on the AFAD is something that we're going to move forward with. Education and social media, our communications division does a pretty good job of helping us with our education efforts when we have a new device. So we've had a few Twitter, Facebook posts that talk about the benefits of AFADs, how they operate, safety benefits of them. So this QR code here will get you to a YouTube video that's about 1.5 minutes long. That's out there showing the benefits, showing how they operate. And the last thing I want to leave you with our district that used these back in 23, the flaggers were asked, do you feel safer while doing your job with the AFAD? And 100% of them said yes. So if there's, it's a good selling point for their use. That is what I have. There's that QR code again for the YouTube video, and I will turn it over to Clay.
All right, excellent presentation, Matt. Sounds like you guys are doing some fantastic things, and I can tell that you're just a couple of steps ahead of us in Tennessee. So I'm definitely going to be reaching out to you for some of the resources and the stuff that you guys have already kind of pioneered and pushed your way through. Is there's the popular saying among the DOTs, we like to practice R&D, which is not research and development. It's rip off and duplicate. So, whoops, share my screen for I can't see. Okay, so there I'm sharing my screen, and now I'm playing. That way. Okay, quick thumbs up. All right. Thank you, Eric. Okay, so much like Nebraska, we are relatively new to the AFAD game in Tennessee, and things have accelerated pretty rapidly over the last few years. So prior to about 2018, we had been aware of the concept of AFADs, and we even had them available on a general equipment rental contract with all kinds of other stuff. But they were very rarely used by TDOT field crews. There wasn't a major push or any education or encouragement to use those. And our employee safety program really got stood up in about late 2017, early 2018. And one of our first initiatives was to reduce flagger injuries. We were having a lot of flaggers that were getting either having close calls. We'd had a couple folks get struck, and equipment get struck, and so it was definitely we were looking for an option. But one of the things that we found, and you saw this in one of Donnie's slides, is that especially just as short as 7 years ago, there was a pretty wide variety of what AFADs looked like, and that inconsistency, there wasn't sort of an industry standard, if you will, and that for DOTs, that's something that we look at kind of in a leery fashion. So we just weren't really sure where we wanted to go with that. But as we kept looking, we found that there were some consistencies within the manufacturing industry with certain features that we felt like would probably a good place to start. So again, much like Nebraska, TDOT decided we're going to do a field trial where we're going to purchase 4 of these units. And our organization, our state is broken into 4 geographic regions for the department, and each region has 3 maintenance districts. And so we decided to purchase 1 set for each region and then rotate them through around the districts for as a pilot, similar to what Nebraska did. So we were actually going to try this maybe 2020-ish, but things took a lot more time, and mainly because of budget issues with the pandemic, and we didn't have a huge pot of money to work with, so we put things on hold for a little bit, and then we moved forward in 2022 with the procurement process. And as anybody that's worked with state government knows, that could be a pretty laborious process with a lot of red tape. I see Matt smiling there. And so even though we had a pot of money identified, just the process of getting things on being able to purchase those things is a pretty big feat. So one thing that we felt like we needed to do was to develop guidance for the pilot. So not only the component about, hey, when you're done with these, you need to make sure they go to the next district, but how do you use them? There weren't a lot of resources at the time that really did a good job of explaining how these things are to be used and what are the do's and don'ts. And you can see that Matt is already, he and his group from Nebraska are developing additional guidance, not only for their folks, but for communicating with the public, which is something that we're going to totally steal. And I'm looking forward to getting those materials to our comms folks. And I think, Matt in a few minutes is going to talk about one of the things that ATSA has actually worked to develop because they saw a need for that as well as the use of these has taken off. So we developed this in-house and we've got it in motion. The last of the 12 sets was probably delivered in mid 24. It just took that much time to get them out. But in just a few months of those things getting out there, we're already having people emailing us, asking us, hey, can we do more? We need more. We need more of these things. Is there money in the budget to buy more of these things? So much like what you saw in Nebraska, everybody saw the benefit, even though it's additional equipment. They saw the benefit of taking people out. There were some times, depending on the site distance and line of sight, where you could have one crew member operating both devices, which frees up the other crew member to go join the crew and help get the work done more quickly. But even when that's not the case, having the worker off the road, possibly in an air-conditioned truck or protected from the elements, is a huge benefit. Not only from a standpoint of just employee safety, but also from comfort and from the experience of being a highway worker, and that's a big deal. So we decided that our next step was to expand that pilot and of the 4 sets and buy one for each operations district. So that's 12 more sets for roughly, at the going rate of that would be a little over $300,000. The question is, where are we going to pay for that? Okay, state DOTs, just like contractors, don't have a pot of money that's just sitting there waiting to dip from to buy additional equipment that you didn't have in your budget beforehand. And so we could put stuff in the budget, but it'd be 2 years before we'd have access to that money. So we were looking in all sorts of nooks and crannies to try to figure out how to do that. And this is where I think Tennessee's experience is something that's a little bit noteworthy, because we found a pot that every other DOT can use. And so every DOT has what's called a Highway Safety Improvement Program, or HSIP, and there's a pot of money that's given to the DOT from the federal government to basically for highway safety improvement. Okay, the traditional types of projects that are funded by this money are things like intersection improvements, or adding a turn lane, or increased signage, or signalization, or things like that based on crash data. However, under the current transportation bill, they've changed the terminology that refers to pedestrians to call them vulnerable road users. And then they further went to define vulnerable road users as people who are out there on the road and they're not protected by being inside a vehicle. Okay, that includes being a highway worker on foot in a work zone. So what that does is that opens up a door for this money to be able to use to make safety improvements for the workers that are out there on the roadway. And so we took that information and we put together a proposal and submitted it to our local FHWA office and said, hey, look, we think we can be justified in using HSIP funds to purchase these AFADs, and consequently a few other things, including some of that connected technology that Donnie was talking about earlier. And lo and behold, they said, we agree. And so we were given approval in late 2024 to actually fund this pilot where we expanded those AFADs, and even now they're still the crews they're wanting more. We don't have enough for we've got 95 counties in Tennessee. Each one of them has a maintenance crew, and we don't have enough for everybody. So they're already asking for more, and so we're requesting approval for another round to expand that pilot even further in 2025. And of course, if you've been watching the news, you realize that there are a few challenges with the end of the federal fiscal year and how things are going. So we'll have to see how that goes. But the bottom line is that that door is now open, and we're using that. And a lot of it is a lot of those projects that come through HSIP and they're funded. They're larger projects. They cost several $100,000, even a few $1 million. A $100,000 equipment purchase based on these criteria is very much just a drop in the bucket. And oftentimes the projects that are put in the pipeline for HSIP, they may not get approved or get approved in time for the end of the fiscal year because of things like environmental permitting or right-of-way issues or other things. That's where these projects can be possibly in your back pocket. So that's where we're at. Now I'm going to turn it over to my good friend, Mr. Matt Perry, a fellow Tennessean, and he's going to take us home and talk about some of the things that ATSA's doing.
Thank you, Clay. Eric Perry, by the way, mixing up Matt and myself. Just a quick thumbs up. You can see slides and can hear audio. All right, excellent. Well, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, everyone, for folks on the West Coast. Just like to thank the opportunity for being able to present today. Thank you, ARTBA and FHWA, for pulling together this entire week. Learning a lot and looking forward to the rest of today's sessions and tomorrow's sessions. Also want to thank the previous presenters for sharing the knowledge that you guys have gained. I'll kind of bookend, kind of similar to what Donnie did, to provide kind of on the front end and on the back end of a publication that we created initially in 2012 that focuses on AFADs and their use and kind of the safety benefits. Just want you to know that a lot of the information I'll be providing and some QR codes throughout the sessions are available. Most likely we'll link you to the Workzone Safety Information Clearinghouse. Because all the products we developed under the Workzone Safety Grant are free, and who doesn't love free materials? Just quick overview of the presentation. Quick background, introduction, purpose of the AFADs. I'll try not to bore you with some of the information that's already been presented, so I will go through some of that rather quickly. But just want to touch on some of the key features with AFADs and kind of how AFADs are kind of shaping the future. As you can kind of see, the applicability and influence as it's going through the various states. I'm also an instructor, been an instructor for the last 18 years or so, and we have a couple of slides on AFADs and their use. And I typically ask how many folks are using AFADs, and they kind of give me that what it's an AFAD type of look. So we try to provide a quick introduction to that, and so I'm glad to see that that's starting to permeate throughout the U.S. and the industry. So what I'm here to talk today about is ATSA has a FHWA Workzone Safety Grant. We've been involved since 2006 with FHWA, developing various Workzone grant initiatives and products. As part of the current grant cycle, we're reviewing and updating previously developed materials so that they're in compliance with the latest standards, most notably the 11th edition of the MUTCD. Just to kind of give you a sense, since 2006, ATSA has developed 32 publications, 13 training modules, 12 podcasts, and 5 videos. So once again, all that information you can be found out on the Workzone Safety Clearinghouse. So what kind of drove us to updating this publication was we recently had a practitioner work group in August of 24, and one of the topics that rose to the top was the automated flagger assistance device, as well as some flagging operations. So that kind of led us down this track of let's go ahead and update our current publication. So as you can see here, developed in 2012, that QR code will take you to the current AFAD publication, which I can pull up here in just a little bit. But it focuses on deployment, operation, and kind of the regulatory context of AFADs. So kind of highlighting what Donnie touched upon, why do AFADs matter? Well, our flaggers are exposed to high risk situations, and that, as Matt kind of mentioned, environmental, the extreme weather events can pop up, particularly like when you talk about Nebraska. Unfortunately, in Tennessee, we're starting to see some more tornadic activity in the area. So it allows the flaggers to get out of those weather conditions. Additionally, another topic that's been talked about recently at ATSA is kind of the verbal and physical abuse to our workers. As our motorists become more and more frustrated and distracted, our workers are just being exposed to these conditions. So these AFADs kind of take them out of that danger zone, so to speak. So once again, we're trying to help our flaggers get into a safe location or a safer distance away from the live lanes of traffic. Once again, it's going to reduce their direct exposure to traffic, hostile interactions, and any other things that may be happening near the roadway. Additionally, as Donnie touched upon, it helps with our work zone efficiency. It's going to help maintain traffic. Motorists are more responsive to our AFADs than sometimes the flagger that's kind of on the side of the road at the end of his work shift. The AFADs don't change throughout their work shift, whereas from a human interaction, I can relate because I was there on the side of the road with a flag in my hand with little to no training, not really sure what I was doing, just kind of holding this little flag out across the roadway. So the AFAD doesn't change. So it's going to continuously provide that message to our motorists and hopefully help with improved work zone efficiency and operations. So once again, ATSA, we focus on roadway safety. We're trying to eliminate all fatalities in 2024. We looked through some data and found that 5 flaggers were killed. And so we're looking at measures to help improve that, reduce that number. And so the AFADs can help us out with that. Once again, removing them from the live lanes of traffic and putting them in a safer distance, hopefully outside of the clear zone, directly adjacent to the roadway. So we're hopeful that the flaggers are going to be able to manage the traffic as was discussed with either remotes, either wired or wirelessly, and then as required, in some states you got to have at least a flagger maintaining each AFAD. So once again, having that constant communication, and as Donnie mentioned, kind of the conflict resolution between the AFADs to make sure that both are not in the right position to allow traffic going at the same time. Important to note that MUTCD, this is a supplemental device. Once again, it's another tool in our toolbox that we're allowed to use to help control traffic and increase safety. Within our guideline, or our publication, I should say, you will find the MUTCD layouts. These have been out and around. This is the current 11th edition of the MUTCD. On the left-hand side, you'll see the stop-slow automated flagger assistance device. And then on the right-hand side, you'll see the example of the red-yellow lens on the AFAD. So once again, this is just some items that you'll find in the publication, just comes directly from the MUTCD. Once again, Donnie touched upon this. Best to have these in situations where short to intermediate projects, because the shorter, under an hour, less ideal, depending on the type of AFAD that you have on being able to set up in an efficient manner to reduce the worker's exposure. Some common applications, once again, milling, resurfacing, bridge maintenance, utility work, and pavement repairs. Those projects that you can get out there look like Nebraska had a 4-hour cutoff where they're going from the shall to the may situation. So that's also good to know as we continue to develop products around the AFADs and just get the word out on the use of these. Once again, we want to make sure that the that the flagger is properly positioned in a safe, efficient manner to help be able to coordinate between the various team members and making sure they have a clear sight distance to the approaching motorist. So once again, not around any curves or anything like that, like you would see in one of the typical applications on the MUTCD. So we would want to go ahead and make sure that they have that clear sight distance as traffic is approaching the AFAD, very similar to a flagger operation. As far as their features, trailer mounted, cart mounted, once again, fairly easy to transport, quickly set up to get those work zones going. Touched on the wireless or wired remotes. From a battery life standpoint, the controllers can go for nearly a full day, whereas the main units can typically hold a charge for up to a week. And as the technology improves more and more, I'm sure those battery lives will last longer and longer. Donnie touched on some of the safety features, from the magnetic gate arms to when someone runs into that. The AFAD's not necessarily broke, but it can be replaced once it's struck. There are some other features that vendors have, which would include an intrusion alarm. So basically, if a vehicle were to come through, hit the gate arm breaks away, it would then send out an intrusion alarm to the flaggers nearby. You can also have video monitoring for data collection, as was touched upon earlier in the session, as well as any alerts that could go up to the supervisor as far as operational alerts. Some of the state examples, we like to just go ahead and include state examples. Clay, you probably didn't know, but we did include Tennessee's typical application in our guideline, as well as what's in from Kentucky. Once again, we're just pulling directly from the DOT's websites. That'll be a QR code to Kentucky's particular setup and drawings and recommendations, as well as some notes that would go along with that particular application. Here's Tennessee's overview of an AFAD. You'll notice the typical sign spacing and the sign spacing chart that's included with that. I just want to call out that Tennessee DOT is also including a buffer space on both sides. So that's another safety feature that we like to see. So that's that BS, and that's what that stands for, that buffer space on either side of that AFAD, just to make sure that if anyone does break through that line of traffic. In Virginia's Work Area Protection Manual, they recently put out their updated Work Area Protection Manual, once again pending approval. So I did catch their watermark as I captured that. So feel free to check out Virginia's application there, when you have the couple options there as shown on the screen. And then lastly, we highlight Michigan's AFAD specifications within our publication, but I went ahead and, just to keep in the theme of the typical applications, I went ahead and just pulled their AFAD typical application. So this one is on a lane closure utilizing an AFAD on a 2-lane undivided roadway. So there's some examples. Another product that we recently completed, just want to touch on as a wrap up here. In 2025, we did have a demonstration at ATSIS Expo where we highlighted various technologies, one of those being an AFAD. The PTS is a portable traffic signal, and the RDTS is a residential driveway temporary signal, previously known as the DADS. And so with that, from that demonstration, we went ahead and created another publication called Temporary Traffic Control Technologies for One-Lane, Two-Way Operations. So when you get into these situations, you have, once again, as we talked about earlier, the various tools in the toolbox to be able to help solve and protect our workers and motorists. That's what that cover looks like, as well as the QR code taking you to that recently produced, I think within the last 2 weeks, that was put up on the workzonesafety.org. And with that, thank you for the time, and I appreciate it, having an opportunity to be able to share what ATSA is working on in the FHWA's Workzone Safety Grant. Clay, you got your hand up?
Hey. Yeah, Eric. First of all, I apologize for calling you Matt.
It's all right.
Matt's image is the first one that's on my screen, and so I was totally looking at that. So I don't think, for some reason, I think the slides stopped. At least from what I'm seeing, they stopped advancing. The last one is the Virginia AFLAD typical application. Did you have a slide? You had a slide after that, right?
I did. Donnie, Matt, are you seeing?
No, it stopped at Virginia AFAD on mine as well.
Huh. That is interesting. On my screen, it's continuing to move forward. I do apologize for that. I'm not sure how to. I can stop sharing and reshare. Let me do that really quick.
And we'll also have access to download PDFs of the presentations, I believe. So just wanted to at least let everybody know if we can't get that fixed here, be sure to get that information.
Yeah, these presentations will be available immediately on YouTube. The official versions that are closed captioned will come just a little bit later.
Wow. Yeah.
Perfect. No worries on that. Sorry about the technical difficulties on that, Eric. But like Brad said, we will have the presentations and the slide materials available on the Clearinghouse after the conference. So feel free to check it out. There will be a notice once that information is ready and available. So in the meantime, if we'd like, we did get a few questions in the chat. I'm happy to toss them over to you guys. The first one popped up during Matt's presentation, but feel free, any of you guys would like to chime in, talking about the AFAD training. Is it available for anyone to take or only certain individuals?
I think for us, it would be available for anybody to take. It would be required for those who are using the device, but anybody else sure could take it if they wanted to.
And I could speak a bit about that as well. Certain states like California require the manufacturer to certify the user on the device. So we actually developed an e-learning center that has tests, and you actually get certified in the use of the AFAD, and that is available for anybody at a cost.
Fantastic. Appreciate that. We did have another question. I see that both Matt and Clay, you answered in the chat, but in case you wanted to expand upon it, there was a question about using AFADs in conjunction with pilot car operations. Is there any additional information you'd like to share on that?
I don't think so. I would say a pretty high percentage, 90% plus of our flagging operations on a construction project use a pilot car, and it doesn't work any different than a flagger standing out there as far as the coordination with a pilot car operator.
No, in the same way with Tennessee, and we don't use a whole lot of pilot cars, but communication is really the key, because you've got an operator for the AFADs, and then they're going to have to communicate with the drivers of the pilot cars, and everything has to be kind of in synchronization. So it's really not a whole lot different as long as everybody's in communication with each other.
Perfect. Thanks for elaborating on that. We had another question asking, how do AFADs handle unusual conditions such as sudden lane closures, accidents, or erratic driver behavior?
Donnie.
If this question is in response to those, I think that's why we placed the 4-hour limit on there. So if you have sudden lane closures, that allows us to still flag, in an emergency situation. Erratic driver behavior. The units that we have the intrusion alarm that Donnie was talking about. So that assists with that. That's all the answer I have.
Yeah, I mean, sudden lane closures, they're pretty portable as far as to get out there. I don't know what your definition of sudden is. 4 hours is kind of what Matt said, and we like that quite a bit. Erratic driver behavior, one of the reasons to have it out there, I guess, is to put the AFAD in front of the erratic driver rather than the flagger, was what I would say.
Perfect. Thank you guys so much. We do have a question for Eric from ATSA, but it looks like he's having some technical issues. I'm sure he will be available at a later date or offline to help answer the question. If you guys would like to try to answer with your own version, it's asking if any safety protocols or guidance for end users are available, like ATSA does for flaggers. Do you have any resources that you personally, your organization uses, or that you'd like to plug? Completely fair. Awesome. Well, oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, so I think most DOTs are going to have their own internal guidance, whether it's an official supplement to the MUTCD, some sort of work zone field. I know Virginia has that. I know we have something like that, and guidance will be worked into that. For the private sector, and for contractors, I think resources like ATSA are tremendous, and I think the guidance that ATSA has developed is probably going to become sort of the industry standard as a resource. And then beyond that, like Donnie said earlier, it depends on sort of the manufacturers of the AFAS that you purchase, because each one has its own little nuances and things like that. So, but I think I speak for most DOTs, we would be willing to share any information we have with anybody that asks. So feel free to reach out if anybody here would like a copy of anything that Tennessee has produced.
Perfect. Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. That's all of the questions I see in the chat. Feel free to keep dropping them in as we wait for the next session. But thank you all again for your insights and experience. This was a great session. And we'll see you at the top of the hour for the next one.
Thank you.
All right, let's give our presenters a virtual round of applause. Well done, gents. I really appreciate that. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. We'll be back in 10 minutes with our next session, which is worker hazard prevention. So we'll see you in 10 minutes. And in just a few minutes, we'll begin our next session, Worker Hazard Prevention. What's fun about this one is we actually have 3 different topics: laborers, heat injuries, and struck-bys. So this will be one you're going to want to see. Well, you do want to see it or you wouldn't be here right now. But either way, we're looking forward to seeing you in just a few minutes. We'll start again at 2 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your 2-minute warning. We'll return in just 2 minutes for the Worker Hazard Prevention session. Going to be a great one. Really looking forward to it. We'll see you here in just 2 minutes. So it's the top of the hour, and we're going to go ahead and get started with our worker hazard prevention session. So I'd like to welcome from ARTBA, Beth Stinson up onto the stage to join us and introduce our presenters.
Well, good morning or afternoon to everyone, depending on where you are. We have three incredibly experienced presenters today on the topic of worker hazard prevention. I'd like to introduce all three of them first, and we will take questions after the presentations. Our first presenter is Ryan Paparello. He is the Safety and Health Specialist at the Laborers Health and Safety Fund of North America. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Safety Management from Slippery Rock University and is a proud member of LIUNA Local 11 in Washington, D.C. With over a decade of experience in the construction industry, he has collaborated with a range of contractors to enhance job site safety and health. Currently, Ryan serves as president-elect of the American Society of Safety Professionals National Capital Chapter, participates in several ANSI A10 subgroups, serves as an employee representative on OSHA's Advisory Committee for Construction Safety and Health, and participates in the North America's Building Trade Union and AFL-CIO Safety and Health Committees. Our next speaker is Gavin West. Gavin is alumnus of the University of Virginia and holds a master's degree in public health from the George Washington University. He is a director of health research for CPWR, the Center for Construction Research and Training, where he leads a NIOSH-funded research project dedicated to advancing heat safety in construction. In addition to his research, Gavin served on the ANSI ASSP A10.150 Heat Stress Management Subcommittee and on OSHA's Heat Injury and Illness Prevention Work Group of the National Advisory Committee on Occupational Safety and Health. And our third presenter is Jessica Bunting. Jessica is the director of the Research to Practice program at CPWR, where she and her team encourage widespread adoption of evidence-based safety and health solutions by construction contractors and workers through improving partnerships between researchers and stakeholders. Jessica has over 2 decades of experience working in public health. She has a bachelor's degree in psychology from the George Washington University and a master of public health in community and behavioral health from the University of Maryland. Jessica also serves on the board of trustees for the Construction Industry Alliance for Suicide Prevention. So welcome, the three of you. I'm so interested in hearing what y'all have to say. So I'm going to turn everything over to Ryan.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me? Okay, great. Let me share this. Hey, can everybody see that? Just making sure.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. Okay. So thank you, Beth, for the introduction, and hello, everyone. I just want to start off by thanking the entire ARTBA staff for the work that they do, and for Brad Sant and his team for hosting this important webinar and having me to present. So thank you. So if you don't know who we are, the Laborers Health and Safety Fund of North America joins LESIT and LIUNA Training to make up the Laborers International Union of North America's tri-funds. The tri-funds bring labor and management together to expand market share, win projects and jobs, enhance health and safety, and train over 500,000 LIUNA members. We hear about workzone fatalities way too often. Recently, one of our members was struck and killed by a speeding motorist in a work zone. The worker was only 44 years old. The worker was directing traffic on a ramp marked by barrels and signage when the incident occurred. The suspect stated that he thought he hit a barrel and kept going, rushing to get to a Dunkin' Donuts. So not only did our member not return home, but there was a lack of remorse when better barriers should have been installed. Fatalities on the roadway are occurring at an alarming rate, and as you can see, the data is there. Incidents are preventable and point to failures in safety measures, driver behavior, and infrastructure design. We look at the traveling public, which is outside of the work zone, and we are the problem. We are all the problem. We see speeding. People are always in a rush, like I just said, or aggressive driving, which showing patterns of tailgating and erratic lane changes, which like the incident in Baltimore. Inattentiveness and impairment. So we referenced the 4Ds, such as distracted driving, which has resulted in over 3,200 fatalities in 2023 through cell phone usage, adjusting climate or radio controls, eating, drinking, or smoking, or even rubbernecking, basically taking your eyes off the road. But we also look at drunk driving, drugged driving, and drowsy. So it's really, so when people think about impairment, it's not just drunk driving, it's also, under the influence of drugs or fatigue. And also autonomous vehicles. It is a great breakthrough with vehicles that aren't driven by anybody, but how can we protect workers when literally no one is driving the vehicle? But we also then look at worker safety within the work zone. So struck by incidents are #1 cause of fatalities, which are caused by run over or back over incidents. Also night work. Oftentimes, if you're driving at late or early times of the day to beat traffic, chances are you'll see an active work zone, and it's extremely dangerous. So as you can see, the data is there. I included this table, which came from a recent OSHA Alliance meeting. As you can see, transportation incidents are #2 among construction fatalities. You might also be thinking, what does OSHA mean by transportation incidents? It's any event involving a vehicle or mode of transport that results in injury or death during work-related activities. So it's pretty simple, but these are broken down in classification system as on-road and off-road incidents. And in the 5 years I've been with the laborers, I've always seen this table, and the transportation incidents rank very high. So we need to be better for our members and all workers alike as well. So laborers specifically account for many tasks during a roadway construction project, including site preparation and maintenance, concrete and asphalt work, underground utilities, traffic control, and bridge and structure support. So this is an example of an ideal setup for them to successfully perform their job. And I include this slide to show one in a perfect world, right? So we need to separate the workers from the traveling public by using mobile barriers, trailer mounted attenuators, jersey barriers, whatever the case is. Cones are just not enough. Now, if you're looking and saying, hey, that left picture over there has cones in it, if you were to stand between those cones and that grass and be hit by someone, you would have no chance. You would have no chance to get out of the way or whatever the case, depending on how fast they're going. And cones, they're cheap and easily implemented, but they cannot replace the hard barricade to physically stop traffic. So let's talk about solutions. So an internal traffic control plan is one solution, which is a site-specific plan used to manage how construction vehicles, equipment, and workers move within the work zone. It organizes internal traffic flow to reduce conflicts between workers on foot and moving vehicles or machinery. An ITCP acts as a traffic safety map, basically, inside the work zone. They define safe routes for workers on foot and for construction vehicles, designate entry and exit points for trucks and equipment to reduce blind spots and backing, set up communication procedures between operators, spotters, and ground workers, and mark pedestrian-free and equipment-only areas. They are also proven to prevent fatalities by minimizing backing incidents, separating people from machines, like I said, improving visibility and communication, and reduce confusion and chaos, obviously. So ITCPs can be used on many different job sites, not just highway, road, construction jobs. So it can be basically implemented on any job. And as you can see from the infographics, it's pretty easy to implement. But many of our contractors are already using this tool, and they're seeing no fatalities, and they're seeing how easily they're bought in and how easily it's implemented. So here's some campaigns that we take part in or we partner with folks on, such as the National Workzone Awareness Week. I mean, a lot of the stuff I'm going to say you probably have heard of, but these are always scheduled at the start of construction season to encourage safe driving. We do Go Orange Day. We wear orange. LIUNA, we already have orange, so we just basically wear what we got. But this promotes safe driving and shares data on social media. So our social media presence has really taken, we've gotten bigger, especially with work zones. We've shared a lot of the stuff, such as the Workzone Awareness Week and stuff like that, just to get all that stuff out to our members. Also, just an example, the Minnesota DOT employees paused work to reflect on recent construction deaths. So there's a lot going on in the campaign realm. When we look at technology, digital alerting includes onboarding navigation systems or cell phones that use driving apps like Waze or Google Maps, which deliver advanced warning to drivers about what's on the road ahead. And some of you might think, oh, Waze already does that, but this is more specific to work zones. It's not going to track it obviously tracks the police and everything else, but this is just for work zones or if there's a flagger ahead. And also with proximity devices, sensors attached to aero boards, construction equipment, or actually worn by workers that can broadcast messages directly to drivers or equipment operators. And lastly, looking at state and federal laws. Over 20 states have adopted automated work zone speed enforcement programs, and labor has actually helped pass the one in New York State. So that was a very successful win for us. But also contingency funding, which provides funds to implement unforeseen work zone safety measures during a construction project. And some examples of use cases are purchasing traffic control plans or devices, such as mobile barriers, adding pavement markings or rumble strips, and then funding other safety innovations as well. So lastly, here's some resources. Like I said, you probably have seen a lot of these, but just to recap, our A1047, which is a voluntary consensus standard that provides work zone safety guidance for highway construction. We want it to be cross-referenced in the future, but it's a great tool. It actually goes over ITCPs. It's a great standard. So if you haven't seen it, definitely familiarize yourself. Obviously, the Work Zone Safety Information Clearinghouse. I use it as a one-stop shop to look at data, training materials, and much more. I look at it pretty much weekly because we're dealing with a lot of stuff on our end. And then obviously the MUTCD and subpart J and K, which really goes into different things such as work zone safety, mobility, and temporary traffic control devices. But lastly, I want to hone in on Advisory Committee for Construction Safety and Health, or ACOSH. I actually sat on it as a co-chair of the Work Zone Safety Work Group. And basically what we did was updating materials and outreach. We wanted to get out to the workers and make sure that they know that it's an issue, because some of them do, but also how we're trying to protect them. We want to cross-reference A1047 and promote ITCPs. And then we really pushed, which we weren't very successful, was putting a national emphasis program on work zone safety. So I don't think the fight's over. And also the infrastructure webpage. So we actually partnered with another work group on the infrastructure webpage, which I hope it's on OSHA.gov. So if it's still there, definitely go and reference it, because it's a great, like I said, one-stop shop out there, so you can use that as well. So, but like I said, a lot of you know what's out there, but hopefully I reiterated a lot. So with that, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present. And here's my contact and our website information. There's our QR code. It should take you to the LHSFNA.org website. I also included my Instagram handle. I know I'm a millennial, but that's my Instagram handle, Safety Guy Rye. And basically, if you follow that, it pushes out a lot of labor stuff, but I share a lot of different stuff from work zones to heat, a bunch of different things. So at this time, I'll now pass it on to Gavin West. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Ryan. I'm going to pull up my presentation here. Are you seeing the slides here? I'm going to put it in the slideshow mode.
Looks good.
Okay, great. So our next topic is going to be heat-related illness and injury in construction. And we just have two goals today. After today, you should be able to explain why heat is a serious occupational hazard. And I'd like you to be able to describe measures to prevent heat-related illnesses and injuries on your job sites. Just a quick bit of background on CPWR. We've served as the NIOSH National Construction Center since 1990 through a series of cooperative agreements. And we're a nonprofit organization that seeks to reduce occupational injuries, illnesses, and fatalities in the entire U.S. construction industry. And because we're a nonprofit, everything we developed is free for the industry to use. And our parent organization is NABTU, North America's Building Trades Unions. I'd encourage you to visit our website to access free resources, and you can also sign up for our mailing list to stay current on safety and health news. We're putting new things out all the time. We have a big emphasis on research to practice. So one of the resources that I've highlighted here is a data bulletin that we put out recently on the topic of heat injuries and illnesses that we'll be talking about more today. Heat is the leading cause of weather-related deaths in the United States. And so that's not just occupational deaths, but just looking at the general population. And according to statistical data from the National Weather Service, they account for more deaths than floods, tornadoes, lightning, and hurricane combined. Heat-related deaths in construction are a problem. You see that from this slide that construction workers have a high risk, or a disproportionate risk of dying from a heat-related death. So this is data from 2020. And at that time, construction workers only accounted for about 7% of the U.S. labor force, but they experienced over a third, 38% of all the heat-related deaths in the workplace that year, according to official government statistics. Heat-related deaths are difficult to track. So this is acknowledged pretty widely in the scientific literature and from government agencies who track these deaths as well. And this, what I'm showing here on the slide, was a report that was resulted from an investigative reporting done by the Tampa Bay Times in Florida. And as you see on the slide, it found that twice as many workers died across the state from heat than was reported to officials. And that was published in December of last year. Now, heat illnesses range from less severe to fatal, but symptoms don't always occur in a particular order. So on the less severe side, you have things like heat rash, heat cramps. More severe forms of heat illness include heat syncope, which is loss of consciousness, fainting, passing out, and heat exhaustion, which is a serious condition that can quickly become heat stroke, which is often fatal. And anytime that you have a worker with heat illness, it's essential that they stop working, find a good way to cool down, and to drink some fluids if they're able to do so safely, conscious and aware. Heat stroke is a medical emergency. It results in death or long-term disability very frequently without rapid recognition and treatment. So it's really important to recognize and intervene early when there are signs and symptoms. And this is an important point, that sweating differs for classic versus exertional heat stroke. And so we'll talk about that a little bit more on the next slide. And one important thing to look for as a sign of heat stroke is change in mental status. That's a really important indicator: confusion, delirium, slurred speech. And that's because when the body's thermoregulatory systems are disrupted, that actually functions, your central nervous system functions well. And so for a long time, heat stroke was just talked about as one entity, but at some point, as it was studied more, it became clear that really there's kind of some important differences between the two. And one is that exertional heat stroke is more common in workplace settings. And so this was from a study in the New England Journal of Medicine paper in that journal. And you see on the middle column where I've highlighted in this box is classic heat stroke. So this is what some people might think of as occurring primarily during heat waves, affecting at-risk populations, including elderly folks and children. And oftentimes they're just sedentary. They could be in their homes. Maybe the air conditioning is not working, but they could just be sitting, and there may be health status may come into play where they have chronic conditions that affect their ability to thermoregulate, and maybe on medications which can interfere with that as well. Versus what you typically see in the work site where it's exertional. This can happen any time of year, not just during heat waves. It's oftentimes healthy, young adults, working age adults, and usually medications are not involved, and the mechanisms are different because the activity is a very important part of it, where that can result in excessive heat production in combination with other workplace factors, the heat exposure, what they're wearing. And in terms of recognition, I mentioned that on the last slide, there's been a lot of workers that were incorrectly trained because of this misunderstanding between these types of heat stroke, that they're taught as long as you're still sweating, you're okay. Because with classic heat stroke, the thermal regulation is disrupted so that the sweating mechanism, one of the main ways the body cools itself, no longer works. But what you find with exertional heat stroke is usually there's profuse sweating and workers have wet skin. So that's something to flag, as that workers need to be aware of that distinction and learn how to recognize that sign of heat stroke. Research shows that heat exposure can exacerbate or trigger a wide range of health conditions. So you can see on the slide different types of cardiac disease, from ischemic heart disease and dysrhythmias to stroke, as well as things affecting the respiratory system like asthma, COPD. And then on the right side, you have things like kidney failure. We'll talk a little bit more about neuropsychiatric disorders and even adverse birth outcomes. So how many construction workers died from workplace injuries in 2022 versus suicide or overdose? So if we look at the group age 16 to 64, that year there were 991 traumatic workplace injuries, and unfortunately that's fairly typical with about 1,000 workers or several construction workers who succumb every day to these workplace injuries. But if you look at suicides, the problem is about 5 times as high by the numbers. And overdose, it's a very, very serious problem and epidemic within the construction industry. And CBWR has done worked with other partner organizations looking at the work-related causes of that, where workers suffer, injuries and are prescribed pain medications. And there's a lot that goes into it, and it's a complicated issue. But why am I presenting this slide today? Well, research shows that hotter temperatures are also associated with an increased risk of suicide, hospital admissions for mental illness, and violent crime as well. I would note that these are not causal links. Researchers are still trying to understand the mechanisms by which this happens, but it's notable that these associations have been reported. There's also studies of heat exposure as a cause of acute kidney injury as well as chronic kidney disease. So Eastland Network has really pioneered a lot of this work. A lot of it has taken place outside of the U.S., initially in Central America among agricultural workers, particularly sugarcane harvesters. But this research is now being extended into looking at other working populations, other geographic areas as well, including here in the U.S. And then another relatively new line of research is these studies within the last 2 years that have been published showing that heat stress and dehydration are associated with an increased risk of new onset chronic diseases, accelerated aging, and premature mortality. And I don't have a slide on it here, but chemical exposures are something to think about as well, with dehydration influencing the concentration of chemicals that may reach target organs, or heat affecting the absorption and metabolism of these chemicals. And to give you a very real-world example of another way that heat interacts with other job site hazards is what might happen if you experience these heat illness symptoms while working at height or operating machinery. I wouldn't want to be on a ladder or driving a vehicle and experiencing dizziness, fainting, confusion, cramps, seizures. So I think that you can think of a lot of different situations, precarious situations at work, where you really need to be alert. You don't want things like fogged up safety glasses or sweaty palms or any of the things we see on the slide interfering with the work, the task at hand. And this is really borne out by the data too, this risk of any type of injury, these traumatic injuries. So Workers' Compensation Research Institute looked at the workers' comp data from 24 different states, and they found that relative to 65 to 70 degree temperatures, if you go below, you see this decrease in injury risk versus steady increase of injuries as the temperature rises. And there was a really compelling study that was just published 2 days ago. I wasn't able to incorporate it into my slides for today. It was just hot off the press, where it was looking at OSHA data from 2023 and concluding that heat was contributed to over 28,000 injuries in 2023. And this was pretty consistent across industries, outdoor and indoor work. And another interesting thing was it showed that states where they had a heat standard, you didn't see as much of that increase in injury risk, showing the protective effect of those standards. And for this study from the Workers' Compensation Research Institute, they found the effect of increasing injuries was even stronger in construction. Productivity due to heat stress costs the U.S. economy an estimated $98 billion annually. And the past 10 years have been the warmest on record since record keeping began in 1880. 2024 was the warmest that we've recorded. And when you see this change in average temperatures, this slide shows what that means for the extremes. Because with the average, you have this bell curve with the extremes at the tails. So as you can see, when you shift that average in the middle, you can have this big change in extreme heat events frequency. And this data shows that heat waves in the U.S. are getting worse. This is from the EPA website, but originally from NOAA. And you see that from the 1960s through the 2020s, decade over decade, heat waves have been getting worse in terms of their frequency, their duration, the length of the heat wave season, and also their intensity. So moving to our second objective, what can we do to work safely in heat? The NIOSH criteria document and ANSI ASSP standard, the 81050 standard, are very good documents. They offer comprehensive guidance and a lot of useful information. CPWR's collection of free resources includes programmatic and daily checklists to develop and implement effective plans. There's other information at the URL on this slide. And some solutions are common sense. So this is from a campaign that OSHA conducted years ago. It was really focused on water, rest, and shade. And these are, important cornerstones of heat illness prevention, allowing workers to have a break, to remain productive, and continue working safely, stay hydrated, and have a good place to cool down and reset. And the recommendation is to drink an 8-ounce cup of water every 15 to 20 minutes when working in hot conditions. It's also it's important to think about maintaining electrolytes as well. And this is a slide courtesy of Dr. Barak Al-Ahmad at Harvard University. And this was work done in partnership with the La Isla Network. And as I mentioned, this was in looking at sugarcane harvesters in Central America. And what you see is that there were these workplace interventions that were implemented over a period of many years. And what I'd like to draw your attention to is the yellow line, where it's the hours worked, which they implemented these rest break schedules, and they found that with more rest breaks, despite fewer hours worked, with a very objective measure of productivity, the bluish green line with the tons per hour, as well as the bar showing the tons per worker per day, increased, as a result of giving workers more rest breaks. CPWR has received questions about providing shade for mobile work sites or other unique environments. And I found that companies are really designing innovative solutions, and a workforce who builds things for a living can too. So thinking about different ways, and this was done with agricultural workers there, and here in the U.S., finding ways to have lightweight, portable shade, and that's something that can be very useful for folks working on transportation projects, mobile work sites, and like. Other important components of a heat safety plan include environmental monitoring, acclimatization, training, heat stress controls, and emergency response. Environmental monitoring is important because it helps you to figure out and implement the appropriate control measures, as well as to evaluate their effectiveness. And the National Weather Service Heat Index is a measure that combines air temperature and relative humidity into a single value. It indicates how hot the weather will feel. But it's important to note that it's devised for shady light wind conditions, and so being in the sun can increase those values by up to 15 degrees, and it doesn't account for the difficulty of the work or clothing and PPE requirements. So this type of meter measures wet bulb globe temperature, and it can adjust those normal air temperature measurements by accounting for humidity, wind, and as well as radiant heat from sunlight or machinery and other sources. There are apps available. There's one from OSHA NIOSH on the left that's based on the heat index, and AIHA developed one that is based on wet bulb globe temperature. They both will tell you about current risk levels at your location, as well as provide recommendations for how to keep workers safe. And why does acclimatization matter? Over 70% of heat-related deaths occur during a worker's first week on the job. And I use this analogy that, basically it's this temporary adaptation that can occur as a person is exposed over time. So like dogs that shed their fur, our bodies can adapt to working in the heat. And I'm not going to spend too much time on this slide because I need to wrap up here soon, but this is data from the U.S. Army, and they practice acclimatization, and they've done this, they have this data showing all the physiological benefits that result, in terms of sweating efficiency and other things like that. And this is a climatization schedule from NIOSH, where they recommend increasing exposure gradually over a period of 7 to 14 days. And that could be done faster for experienced and returning workers. And it's important that training inform workers about the risk factors for HRI, and there's many, including personal risk factors outside of many job-related factors. And I encourage you to check out CPWR partnered with NAB2 to host a summer heat webinar this summer, and it's available on YouTube. And it was really great for learning about effective solutions that are being used in the field. So here you see examples of engineering controls with different types of shade structures and portable cooling options. And the last thing I'll mention is that CPWR is conducting research to advance heat safe. And we are recruiting contractors actively recruiting to participate in our study. There's a QR code here. You can also reach out to me or visit our website to find this flyer. And here are some of the resources plus others I've mentioned in my talk that will be available with the slides. Thank you, and I will pass it on to Jess.
Thanks, Gavin. Thank you, ArtBuff, for having me. Let me just get my screen shared. Great. Hopefully everyone is seeing my PowerPoint now. As mentioned, I'm Jess Bunting, and I'm here to talk about some free struck by prevention resources that have come out of CPWR. So Gavin did a very good job introducing CPWR. For anyone who is not familiar, I think many of you probably heard from our data center and Amber Trueblood earlier today. But one thing I wanted to add is that all of the resources that Gavin and I are talking about that are generated by CPWR are available for free thanks to NIOSH funding. So today I am going to start with a really brief look at a 2020 survey we did on struck by hazards, barriers, and opportunities in the construction industry. And this was actually a follow-up to one we did in 2020, both of which helped inform the development of the struck by prevention planning program, which I'm going to talk about after the survey, as well as some additional resources. So CPWR was able to conduct both of these surveys thanks to the support of the NORA Construction Sector Council Struck by Work Group. I don't know if this group has been mentioned at all during today's meeting, but Brad Sant from ARPA actually was co-chair of the Construction Sector Council Struck by Work Group, and it's been really instrumental in a lot of the both the research and the resource development that I'm going to be talking about. So the first survey was administered way back in March 2020, and the idea was that we would gain insights into the construction industry's understanding of struck by hazards, and that we would then use that to inform our approach for the first stand down to prevent struck by incidents, which was held in coordination with National Workzone Awareness Week for the first time in April 2020. So findings from the 2020 survey and then additional work group discussions that followed led CPWR to decide that, one, we should explore the use of behavioral economics concepts, also known as nudges, to influence decisions that could prevent struck by incidents. And two, that we should begin work on a pilot project to test those techniques and as well as a related struck by prevention planning program. So we wanted to test both planning and nudges through the development of a struck by program. And so before we got started, we wanted to ask a few additional questions. We repeated a similar survey effort in 2022. It was completed again with the help of the Sector Council Struck by Work Group by 208 people. which actually, in general, was less than we hoped to hear from. But in 2022, that was a really good number because we were having a lot of trouble getting participation in things like survey research post-COVID for a number of years. Excuse me. So the majority of the people we heard from were safety and health professionals working for commercial contractors. Many of them were pretty experienced in the construction industry. And the survey provided insight into causes of struck-by incidents, barriers to prevention, and ways to raise awareness to ensure use of safe practices. It also looked at measures being taken to protect workers, as well as barriers to implementing certain controls. And it asked about knowledge of struck-by hazards, the role of planning in prevention on their job sites, as well as motivators, resources, and support needed to prevent incidents. So I'm not going to go over all of those survey questions or findings. They're available in the report, which is linked on the previous slide, which I believe is going out to you guys. I do want to just highlight a few findings that were really instrumental in how we moved forward in the development of resources. Respondents were asked what they believed was the primary cause of struck-by incidents, and they identified working around heavy equipment or vehicles and falling flying objects from work being performed at heights or on the same level as the top causes. And so we knew that needed to be a focus of some resource development. And this survey did include more detailed response options than the 2020 survey. The question wasn't exactly the same, but the primary causes selected in the 2020 survey were very similar. They were also working around heavy construction equipment and falling tools or objects. So it's pretty consistent that those came up as the primary causes of struck-by incidents across different types of construction. To gain insights into the steps currently being taken to protect workers from struck-by hazards, participants were asked if their work involved a specific hazard, and then if it did, they were asked what their company currently does to protect workers from that specific hazard. So this table is a little overwhelming at first glance, but it does show that regardless of the struck-by hazard, the measures taken most often by companies to protect workers were 1, train workers on the hazard, 2, restrict access to the work area, and 3, use personal protective equipment. To understand the barriers preventing struck-by injuries and protecting workers, participants were asked to select the biggest barrier for employers and for workers, and the biggest barriers for specific struck-by hazards. For employers, we found that the top 3 barriers to engaging in practices that would prevent struck-by incidents were a lack of understanding or information to address hazards, scheduling pressure, and a lack of training on hazard identification and prevention. And these findings were consistent with 2020 as well. For workers, the top 3 barriers were a lack of pre-task planning, emphasis on production, and a lack of training, again, on hazard identification and prevention. These findings did differ slightly from those in 2020. That's because in the 2020 survey, we did not include lack of pre-task planning as an option. So we're not sure if it would have shown up as the top option without it being in there. Lack of training did rise to the top in 2020. In addition, participants whose work involved a struck-by hazard were asked to identify the biggest barriers to implementing controls to protect workers, which is what this table is showing. It's the top barriers selected for each struck-by. What's noteworthy here is that regardless of the struck-by hazard, the barriers selected most often were lack of understanding of how to address their hazard across different jobs and working conditions, scheduling pressure, or emphasis on production, and a lack of training. So in addition to barriers, we asked several questions that sort of explored the role of planning in addressing struck-by hazards, because at this point we knew that we wanted to develop a planning program. So we asked does your company include strategies to prevent struck-by incidents when planning a project? And the majority, or 84% of respondents, said that their company includes strategies at some stage in the process, with most saying it occurs both before a project starts and when it's underway. Only 9.1% said strategies to prevent struck-by incidents are not incorporated into project planning. The most common reasons for why they were not incorporated are that contractors have little control over struck-by hazards produced by other contractors on job sites, and there is no time to identify or prevent hazards because of production and schedule pressures. But of the respondents who said their company plans to prevent struck-by incidents, 147 responded to a follow-up question about the activities used. So the planning activities selected most often were conducting job hazard analyses before work begins, and conducting JHAs periodically before a new task or type of work begins, both of which we definitely encourage. So we typically talk about doing both pre-job and pre-task or pre-shift planning. In a previous question in the survey, most participants indicated that they were very or extremely knowledgeable about struck-by hazards and ways to prevent them. However, they then identified several areas where additional help is needed to prevent struck-by incidents, including training on how to identify and prevent struck-by hazards and training on how to conduct a job hazard analysis for struck-by hazards. So these results are important because, as mentioned earlier, the planning activities that were used most often, like job hazard analyses, are also the ones that participants said that they need help to carry out. So we took these findings as well as our research on nudges and behavioral economics. We worked again with the Struck-by work group to develop a pilot planning program to prevent struck-by incidents. This planning program is fully available for free on cpwr.com/struck-by-hazards. We are in the process of finalizing a very long final report on the pilot study and are evaluating whether changes are needed to improve the program post-pilot. The goal of the program is to get everyone to think through potential hazards before the project begins and before work starts each day or shift. So I'm just going to quickly walk us through each section. It includes an introduction with the reasoning behind planning, whether it's with this program or in general. It also includes some information about who should be involved in the process. Then section 1 is where we guide users through identifying struck-by risks in the 4 categories of falling objects, flying objects, swinging objects, and rolling objects. So we recommend reading through the questions listed under each of the 4 categories, even if you think one doesn't apply to you. They're as brief as possible. You can use the worksheet in section 2, or you can record your responses and plans into existing documents or software already being used. So each question also has a unique tip sheet associated with it, which is the link where it says, if yes, click here for more information on planning and solutions. And this includes a list of relevant research and resources to assist users in responding to the questions. So for falling objects, we ask people to think through, will there be work at heights? Will materials be transported by truck, crane, or other moving equipment? Are there materials or tools heavy enough to injure someone when dropped on the same level? Under flying objects, we ask, will workers use pneumatic or powder-actuated tools like nail guns? Are there unsecured materials that could be pushed, kicked, or blown by wind with enough force to cause a collision injury? Is there demolition or other work using shears or material processing attachments for heavy equipment? Under rolling objects, we ask, will there be heavy equipment or work vehicles? Will there be delivery trucks? Will employees be driving or parking personal vehicles on or near the site? And will there be road or other work that exposes workers to non-construction motor vehicles? Obviously, this is a really big one. And then finally, under swinging objects, we ask, will cranes be used to lift and move materials? Excuse me. Will there be other workers in the vicinity of the crane? And will there be other situations in which material or equipment is suspended and tied or attached to an anchor point, creating a possible swing or pendulum effect. So we ask people to think through these questions and then to write down how they're going to address any that they said yes to. So section 2 is a worksheet that asks them how will you address each of these hazards. Again, this is sort of optional. You can use the worksheet or you can incorporate the information into an existing planning tool or document. And then section 3 is the section on nudges to support planning. Nudges, in brief, are techniques that can be used to reinforce training and influence people to make safer decisions. So in this case, we wanted to nudge them to making safe decisions as far as planning to prevent struck-by incidents. Nudges are typically easy, low-cost solutions, and many of them are used on job sites every day without being called nudges. They include things like prompts, reminders, and feedback processes or incentives. Skipped ahead there. We provide examples or direct kind of copy that you can use to develop these nudges. So we provide prompts, we provide text reminders, we provide email reminders that can be used. We provide posters that can be put up on job sites to nudge individuals as a prompt. We provide ideas for providing incentives and how you might create a challenge on your job site. And so this section is filled with ideas and additional resources, and there are numerous, I wouldn't even know how to count how many additional resources between the nudges themselves and then the tip sheets associated with each question in section 1. Many of those resources can also be found as standalone links on cpwr.com/struckbyhazards. So even if you're not interested in going through the whole planning program, I would encourage you to check out the webpage where we've been collecting these resources and kind of supporting the annual April stand down each year since 2020. I did also want to mention a completely separate resource really quickly, which is CPWR's Guide to Selecting Head Protection for Construction Work. It seeks to provide an overview of key issues in head protection to help inform industry members on how to make the best decision for them. It was originally published in March 2024, updated in October, and will be updated again as new technology comes out, as the ANSI standard changes, etc. The first half of the resource is focused on defining terms like hard hats versus safety helmets, providing information on the difference between type 1 and type 2 head protection, explaining limitations and testing standards, etc. And then we provide a section to help you think through the primary factors to consider when selecting head protection. I just wanted to highlight that struck by hazards is on here as one. So I consider this a struck by resource, even though it's not incorporated in the planning program that I was talking about. And with that, I think I've gone a couple of minutes over my time, and I will go ahead and hand it back to Beth.
Thank you so much. Fabulous programs. I wanted to talk a little bit about the resources that are available on the Workzone Clearinghouse. Ryan gave us a great plug on that. I'm just going to put a couple links in the chat. And we did talk a little bit about this yesterday. There are topics of interest available on the Workzone. And if you click on the top bar that says topic of interest, one of them is worker safety and health. And if you scroll down to the bottom of the page, you can find different types of resources on worker fatigue and distraction, minimizing night work hazards, PPE, and worker mental health. And then we also have a whole group of toolbox talks that are available, and some of them actually link directly to CPWR's toolbox talks, which I use all the time, and they are just simply fabulous. So you can get some of those at on the Workzone, and then of course you can. Oops, that's the same one. I don't want that one. I want the Toolbox Talk link. Anyway, both of these websites have a tremendous number of resources for people to improve their safety and their planning, their risk management, and everything else, and identify different risks. We have a couple of questions, I think, in the chat. Let me go back, and I guess one of the question here is, I guess, to Gavin, related to heat exhaustion. Has the increase in temperatures impacted underwater welders, primarily in the Gulf states?
I think that's a really good question, and I will be perfectly honest that I don't have the answer to that. We have looked specifically at risks among different construction occupations. I don't know if, I am familiar with underwater welders. I don't know if the way that it's classified in, the government surveillance data gets to that level of granularity where we could kind of break out underwater welders separately, but I would be happy if you'd like to I hope my contact information will be here. If you'd like to follow up with me, and I could try to find an answer afterwards, but I don't have it off the top of my head. I apologize.
Very specific question. But yes, everybody's contact information and a copy of the slides and all the links will be available very soon after we're done. Are there any other questions for Ryan, Gavin, or Jess? I have to say again, I love CPWR's resources. I use them all the time. Ryan is on the Clearinghouse website all the time. I'm on the CPWR website all the time. And the new dashboard and everything is just fabulous.
Thank you for that, and thank you for having us present.
Here's one more question. Does CPWR have information on internal traffic control plans?
Good question. We have definitely some infographics on internal traffic control planning, and we've done at least one, if not two, webinars. I believe Ryan was on at least one of them on internal traffic control planning. That is really good and is on the Struck By page on the link that I shared. It goes into things that should be considered, as well as the resource that came out of the OSHA Alliance, the OSHA Workzone Alliance that LIUNA and ARPA are both a part of.
Any other questions for this group? All right, well, here's a link to, thanks, Jess, to the ITCP webinar. All right, well, I'm going to conclude our session and turn things back over to Matt. And thank you again, everyone. It was a great session.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, folks. We really appreciate it. Fantastic session. We're going to take a 6-minute break. When we come back, we will resume with success with public-private safety partnerships, which I'm very excited about. We'll see you then. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, we are on a short break. We'll resume at the top of the hour at 3 o'clock with our next session, Success with Public-Private Safety Partnerships. So we'll see you in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, our session will resume in just 2 minutes. And we're back. It's the top of the hour, and let's begin our next session, Success with Public-Private Safety Partnerships. So joining us on the stage is Brad Sant from ARTBA. Brad, why don't you take us away?
Thank you, Matt. I hope you've all been enjoying today's sessions as much as I have. And this one promises to be just as great as the rest. You know, there's one thing that is absolutely true, and that is that when we talk to each other, when we collaborate, particularly with people who have a different point of view, the success, the results are much, much better than if we're trying to do something on our own. And so our next session today is going to talk about several partnerships where collaborating with each other has brought about some excellent results, both on the national level and on the local level. So we're going to start today with a discussion about a relatively new partnership in Tennessee, where the DOT and the state association and the contractors are working together to come up with ideas and figure out ways to promote safety. So first, we're going to hear again from Clay Colwell with the Tennessee DOT. He is in his 26th year with the Texas Department of Transportation, where he's worked as a pavement and materials engineer and in regional operations as manager over facility maintenance, state aid, safety, and training. Clay holds a bachelor's degree in science and civil engineering from the University of Memphis and currently serves as the director of employee safety for the department. He's going to be joined by his private sector counterpart, Justin Wilson, who is the executive president and COO at Wilson & Associates Engineering and Surveying, which provides a full spectrum of geomatics and surveying headquartered in Franklin, Tennessee. This organ specializes in high-precision services during construction surveying, LiDAR scanning, BIM VDC modeling, and design support for infrastructure, residential, commercial, and industrial projects. He represents the Tennessee Road Builders Association on the Joint Committee with Tennessee DOT. Following him, we're pleased to have Chris Kane. She's the executive director at CPWR, who we just heard from several of her people in the previous session, and also as the Director of Safety and Health for the North American Building Trades Union. She has worked at CPWR for over 2 decades. Chris remembers when I had hair, and I remember her 20 plus years ago. She manages relationships with CPWR's external partners in the government, the Building Trades Union, non-construction unions, and the larger safety and health construction community. Chris was appointed the chair of the North American Building Trades Union's Opioid Task Force upon its inception in 2018. She leads the CPWR staff in finding synergies among departments in order to capitalize on programs funded by different federal grants. After their presentations, it will be my honor to speak with you about a public-private partnership that we have worked on for over 20 years with OSHA. So Clay, why don't you kick us off?
All right. Thank you, Brad. As always, it's a privilege to be a part of this conference and addressing this group. We hope that we'll be able to provide a little bit of meaningful content and share with you a little bit about some cool stuff that we've got going on in the state of Tennessee. So I'm going to go ahead and jump right in to a couple of slides that I've got here. And then, of course, we'll have time for questions afterwards. So let me share my screen. And if somebody, come on now, I had to do this before. Oh, there we go. All right, quick thumbs up if you can see my screen. There we go. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate that. All right, so just a little bit of a preface. We've had a great relationship with the Tennessee Road Builders Association in our agency in my entire career. And it's been fantastic, whether it's been with regard to pavement or construction issues or training and certification for technicians, you name it. And when I moved into a safety role, there's an opportunity for us to formalize some conversations that we've been having with regard to Workzone safety issues, some of them specifications, some of them equipment, some of just the fact of distracted driving since the advent of the smartphone and the dramatic increase of risk for all of our contractors and DOT employees that are out there on the highway. So we came together. I want to say we had discussions about possible some sidebar meetings or smaller group meetings as early as 2018, 2019, but it really came to fruition right after the pandemic. So we decided that what we wanted to do is actually be very intentional and create a standing committee with rotational leadership that would have representation on both sides of the fence, and that we would have certain goals, and so we put pen to paper and came up with this for TDOT and TRBA to collaboratively review and discuss programs and processes of how we conduct business through the consistent use of traffic control plans, devices, specifications, standards, and above all else, employee safety. And so we created a charter, and we said, hey, look, this is going to be a thing. And so let's talk a little bit about who makes up this particular committee. Well, here are some examples, and of course, I don't expect anybody here, except for myself and Justin, to recognize any of these names. But if you look at the titles and you look at the types of the organizations or companies that are representing, you see a pretty wide spectrum. And I think that speaks to the power of a collaborative group like this. You've got folks that are on the industry side, from traffic control companies, construction companies, surveying. Some folks do a little bit of it all. You've also got manufacturers of traffic safety equipment that are part of that. Right now, we don't really have a limitation to who. If you're a member of Road Builders and you do work in Tennessee, you sell equipment in Tennessee, you're welcome to be part of the conversation. Likewise, on the DOT side, we've got a variety of folks, everything from traffic design to construction, even materials and tests, who manage our qualified products list. And of course, several folks that are from the traffic safety side and or the employee safety side. So there's a really good, healthy sample of people from diverse backgrounds with regard to what they do to help us address a lot of different issues. So right now, we typically meet in person, coinciding with, I don't know if I've got that. Yeah. Coinciding with 2 in-person activities that are sponsored by the Tennessee Road Builders Association. They have a conference in January where a lot of the contractors come in to Nashville, and so it's really convenient for us to get together then. And then with the Tennessee Road Builders Association mid-year meeting, that's usually held in July. So we will definitely have in-person meetings and discussions at those events, and then we will try to have a couple of virtual meetings, just like what we're doing here, in between those, to make it a quarterly schedule. And of course, if we have other conversations that are ongoing, other things that come up, things that where we have a smaller task group or something that's working on something in between, we certainly, in this day and age of technology and virtual meetings, it's pretty easy to hop on a Teams call and continue the conversation. So give you an idea of what some of the current committee topics are, just to help wrap your head around some things that might be discussed. Early on, we noticed some of our contractors were pointing out that we had inconsistencies in the plans that were being put together for construction projects, in particular with requiring these worker present when flashing signs. And so that was an inconsistency that we didn't realize was happening. Some of our designers just weren't putting them on there. So now we've standardized that. We've received that feedback, and we've communicated to all of our designers and made improvements to our standard drawings, so that all of our interstate projects will now have these signs. Maybe seem like a small thing, but this is a forum where things like that can be brought to the surface and can be discussed. The other thing we're talking about is issues that we've had on the departmental side with temporary traffic control device condition. Okay, so we we all know that there's a cost associated with things like the drums that you see on your screen, and there's a point at which some of them probably need to be taken out of service, and that's something where this is a forum for us to communicate that with the industry and to talk with them about, well, what is realistic as far as that expectation, and what concerns even our federal partners may have as they conduct work zone safety audits. Another thing that came up is the topic of temporary traffic signals. in particular the electronic portable ones, we didn't have a provision for those on our QPL. And so if you were going to do a small bridge job or something where you had to put up a signal in Tennessee, you're pretty much limited to the pole mounted standard signals, and the technology is out there where a lot of places these portable signals would be a much better fit. And so we've worked with the industry to develop a QPL. That's something we're working on now. And again, this is something that really wouldn't have gained traction if we didn't have a forum where people could come together and on both sides of the house and talk about this. Another thing we talk about a lot in our meetings is Tennessee Workzone crash stats. And so a lot of what we're trying to accomplish is to improve safety of our highway workers and the motoring public in and around our work zones. So we want to be data driven or evidence based, and so we've visited the Department of Safety, Tennessee Department of Safety's website. If you want to look at stuff like that, this is an example of what's available from the Tennessee Department of Safety. This is updated on a daily basis, and so if you just Google Tennessee Workzone, you'll see all sorts of data, and we will mine through that, look at, see if we can identify hotspots or trends, and then maybe look and see, well, are some of our major work zones in those areas? Do we have something that we need to talk about? What's going on from a contractor's perspective, and so on and so forth. So, and then another thing that we talk about is what are national safety initiatives. Okay, what's going on that that's making news in the country, but may not be going on in Tennessee yet. So an example of that is speed safety cameras. Most of the folks on this conference, they are very well aware that there is traction being gained all across the country. There's probably up to 17 states now that have some form of speed safety camera in work zone program or pilot. TDOT is Tennessee is one that is looking at this, and on both sides of the house we have justification for being looking at this technology and sort of some of the political implications that or challenges, as I should say, that we are encountering, and how we can work together as an industry and an agency to help overcome some of those challenges, which may be legislative in nature. So one of the things that we're talking about in Tennessee is the possible use of federal funding, and right now we're sort of kicking the tires. I know a lot of folks are probably, now that I broached the subject, they're probably wondering, well, where is Tennessee on this? And we're basically we're sort of in the data gathering phase. We've got some concerns. It's technically permitted by our Tennessee code. But right now, the legislative climate is not super supportive of the concept of Big Brother or the appearance of that, and so we're kind of tiptoeing around that, seeing what we can do. But the reality is that it's proving to be an extremely effective tool in other states, and I think it's only a matter of time before Tennessee at least tries to implement some sort of pilot. So these are example of things that are our most recent agenda, just to give you an idea of how the discussions go, and it's just been a really great formalization for us to have a forum where we can work with this. And I will tell you this, for me personally, one of the biggest benefits as a safety director for TDOT is to develop relationships with all of these folks. I now have 30 or 40 more people in my contact list that I can reach out to when I have a question or if an issue comes up, and they all have my contact info. And that's something I think the relationships, when you know who to go to and you've got an inside lead, that's huge. And that's how we solve problems like distracted driving crashes and safety in work zones. So with that, here's the contact information for the co-chair on the DOT side and the co-chair on the the industry side, and of course my contact info is thrown in there too. And with that, I'm going to throw this over to Mr. Justin Wilson so he can share a few words from the industry perspective about how this committee has benefited them. So, Justin, if you're able, take it away, buddy.
Hey, Clay, is everybody seeing me on my side here? Perfect. So I wanted to just kind of give a little bit of feedback. First of all, thank you, Clay, so much for putting that together. We, from the industry side, absolutely value this partnership. This has worked out collaborating with many different departments over the years. And so this has been, Clay, I think when we first started this whole program, we probably had a handful of a start. It's at the point now where we're booking rooms and we're so full that we're having to bring in additional seats around the table, which is a great sign. And we try to have these meetings somewhat in an hour and a half process, maybe an hour, maybe two, and it seems like it's never enough time. It's extremely popular from our industry side because we get an opportunity to discuss. Clay and them bring in certain things they want to talk about from the department. The beautiful part about having not only the contractor's representative, but you also get, like Clay said, we'll get traffic control companies that are sitting there that give input of, hey, when we install this or we do this, or can we have this? And then having the vendors come in and say, well, we have this product in Missouri that works out really well over here. We think that could be a great option on this side. So you really are getting so many different angles at attacking things. Then you bring in on top of that, the companies will a lot of times bring in their safety officers, their head safety officers. So now they're getting input. So we're learning. One of the things, Clay, I asked a couple meetings ago was, hey, TDOT has a safety program. Would you share what you train your employees? What is your manuals come in and help in initiating new employees? We'd love to see what you all are training so that we can make sure that when we're training our new hires, that we line up with your values, what you're wanting, which has been great. Some of the things I was kind of taking notes on going through your conversation, Clay, was stuff of like our work zone job sites. One of the biggest issues that we face, and I'm sure everybody else faces, is getting blue lights. We would love to have police officers all the time. It's the best deterrent for slowing traffic down. But it's just not. Police is just about understaffed everywhere we go. It's hard to sometimes always get that. One of my sayings that I always say, and I'm sure that the department gets tired of hearing, is, when is safety important? And the answer is always. It's always from day one getting on the job site. And so when we're installing from my angle, we're usually laying out construction signs, getting those stakes. So we have been asking the department, and the department has done a phenomenal job helping us, making sure that we have attenuator trucks, or we have advanced warning vehicles out, or having blue lights, or having any type of protection when the companies are installing the construction signs, because the public's the most vulnerable right then. They don't know that's a construction site until we get all the advanced warnings. We are working now on our job site pre-construction meetings. When we do the initial meeting, we are asking the department to, hey, come along with the traffic control companies and make sure that all the advanced warnings look good for you. A lot of times in the design, on paper, the advanced warning looks wonderful, but when you get out truly and you drive the routes, you realize that maybe you need to shift some signs, add a few signs, things of that nature. And so we've asked, and it's starting to take place now, that we actually have kind of like a little separate meeting talking about our traffic control, lane shifts, things of that nature through the projects. And then the most important part is, if the plans are changed, which a lot of times we make adjustments in the field, we want to make sure that we get that back to the designers so that we don't make the same decisions maybe on the next job, that the designers can see this was adopted or changed or added to based on conditions of this. And so having that feedback back to the designers just makes our next set of plans even better, because that's a goal. We don't want, as an industry, we don't want to sit here keep doing the same things over and over. We want to advance. And I think we are so blessed with TDOT having the same mentality. It is constantly where we are this year. We want to be twice better next year. And absolutely wonderful for us. And I would say of a lot of the different boards that I get to be a part of, I see more excitement in this one because we really are seeing change. It's not just talking about the same topics. Every time we have a meeting, it's an update of this has moved. We've resolved this. You're starting to see it in the plans. This is our action. So it's wonderful to be a part of a board that actually gets movement and change. And hats off to our TDOT for doing that. Hats off to Clay and his departments for making that happen. And couldn't be a better partnership. Truly, I suggest any departments thinking about that, reach out to any of us. Clay is a mastermind. Clay and Lee do a lot on this committee for this, and would highly suggest it. It's been a great thing for our industry for sure.
Thank you for sharing, Justin. Brad, we're going to toss it back to you to carry us to our next topic.
Okay. Thank you so much, Tennessee. And we'll pass it over to Chris to talk about the NIOSH-NORA partnership.
Thank you, Brad. Can y'all see my slides? Yeah, thanks for the thumbs up. I was actually looking for the emoji thumbs up while you guys were talking because it sounds like the partnership is really innovative and action oriented, and I think that's fantastic. Brad gave me this incredible introduction, but what I wanted to talk about is these NORA Construction Sector Council work groups. And what is that, right? NIOSH had established what's called the National Occupational Research Agenda about 30 years ago now. And there is a construction specific one, and that's called the Construction Sector Council. I sit on that sector council and co-chair it with NIOSH. And we have very productive meetings, usually at the ARTBA headquarters, because Brad's an active member of the sector council. But really where the work happens in the sector council is in the work groups. And if you look at the examples of the achievements that the work groups have accomplished through the NORA Construction Sector Council, it's something to be really proud of. We form work groups both for persistent hazards that affect the construction industry from a safety and health standpoint, and also for emerging hazards. And I'm going to talk quickly about 3 of the work groups and what they accomplished as part of the NORA Construction Sector Council. The 3 work groups were formed, one for COVID-19, which has been disbanded, a second for falls and struck by. So the COVID-19 work group was stood up as needed. We stood it up because construction is essential. We needed to keep working. We needed to keep working safely and demonstrate to whatever authorities that were determining that construction was essential that we had to keep going and we could do so safely. So through this joint labor management industry, academia, government partnership, we worked on some of the topics you see here up on screen. We did a ton of development of guidance based on the best science we could find to protect workers and improve working conditions throughout the pandemic and through the height of the pandemic. We did a lot of outreach as the Construction Sector Council work group through CPWR's webinar platform. All of these were part of our webinar series, and they're all available for free, and they're all archived online. But you can see how busy we were at that time. Every month or 2, or sometimes more frequently, the industry questions, and we would do the research as a team and try to prepare and deliver information, actionable information and resources for the industry to keep working through the COVID pandemic. This is a second page of webinars. Thousands of people participated in these webinars, and we had pretty good penetration. Once we got through the thick of the pandemic and vaccines were out there, we shut down that work group. But we focused on a couple of persistent hazards, and we continue to focus on these to this day. Falls is the big one, and we've had that work group in place for a long time. It is co-chaired by the National Roofers Contractors Association staff, and they lead us in the work group first through the design of the national campaign to prevent falls in constructions. It was flagged by the NORA Construction Sector Council in 1996 as a target for work. And our work really ramped up in the 2010s era where we started to do the research and the initial groundwork for the national campaign. And through the work group and through the NORA Construction Sector Council, we were able to engage CPWR, my organization, along with NIOSH, who funds us, as well as OSHA eventually in this campaign. So we launched it officially in 2012 and added the stand down that most people are familiar with at OSHA's with OSHA leading the stand down in 2014, and this continues to this day. We've just set the date for the May 2026 stand down, and if you ask me the question, I'll look it up later exactly which week it is, but it does correspond with the National Safety Week that's starting to become more and more popular too. But it's not just the stand down and the activities around it. Again, it's an incredible amount of outreach through the sector council, work group, by all parties involved, not just my organization or the government partners we have. But a lot of the resources that were created to use this came through our CPWR's cooperative agreement with NIOSH so that we could staff and man this work group and take direction from it and ensure that we were producing the resources that the industry was asking for. Here's a list of a ton of resources we developed on falls. And again, I've already mentioned the stand downs. Very excited to continue this. We're really looking to invigorate it in 2026, refocusing on the smallest contractors in residential construction that have the worst experience with falls. It's not the big guys, it's not the sophisticated contractors, it's the really smalls, and we're doubling down to try to reach those employers in 2026. Some of the feedback we've gotten on the stand down, we do an analysis of OSHA's certificate data every year, looking for quotes and publicizing those reports. Everything we do is put out there for free through stopconstructionfalls.com. If you can't remember that website, just remember cpwr.com, and that'll refer you to all of our different websites. We've done a ton of evaluation of the partnerships that have been built through this stand down, and also expanded in the most recent 2 years to include a series of premier partners in the stand down. You can see some of the logos of some of the premier partners on the right. Those are organizations mostly that have agreed to produce resources that are new related to the annual stand down and publicize activities and the certificate program that OSHA offers through the national stand down. So we're really excited with this premier partnership development. And if you want more info on that, we can please follow up with me offline. The third work group I wanted to hit on is the Struck By work group, and our own Brad Sant co-chairs this work group and has really led to the creation of the National Stand Down to Prevent Struck By Incidents, which under his leadership we launched together in 2020 and started as a virtual event. Of course, most things were virtual that were optional in 2020. But really tried to align it with other activities that were happening around your industry around struck bys. Also, not just including work zone struck bys, but also thinking about other types of hazards related to struck by in non-road building sites. So expanding this effort to other parts of our construction industry under the leadership of Brad and team. We at CPWR continue to research alongside of it, understanding the barriers and the opportunities that exist in our industry to participate in reducing hazards and different types of approaches to do that. Tons of webinars, videos, infographics, toolbox talks, NIOSH science blogs that the Sector Council helped develop. The Sphere of Safety sticker, hopefully you've all seen by now, and lots of other resources that we put out and participate in the Construction Sector Council work group on Struck By, and really just kind of try to capitalize on everybody else's efforts and all push in the same direction. With that, I'm going to wrap up. Appreciate your time. Turn it back to Brad and look forward to any questions y'all might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for sharing that and for the great work that CPWR leads and has led for many, many years. I would like to continue just talking about another partnership that has been around a lot of years that works more on the national level, and that is the National Roadway Work Zone Safety and Health Partners Alliance. This is a program that was created through the OSHA Alliance program, which has been around for quite a while, and we are now seeing some advancements with that. So there we go. So the first Roadway Work Zone Safety and Health Alliance was signed back in November of 2023, and it was between a few groups, between OSHA. What made it unusual at the time is that it also included another federal agency, which is the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health. And then unusually, most OSHA alliances are between OSHA and a single other organization or labor union, whatever it may be. But ours was more of a partnership. And actually, this partnership had pre-existed the OSHA Alliance. So that was ARTBA, the Laborers International Union of North America, the National Asphalt Pavement Association, and the International Union of Operating Engineers. And those were kind of the the few groups that started this original alliance clear back in 2003. But as you can imagine, as the word got out and as we started developing programs together, it has grown significantly. And now you can see a whole lot more partners are in this alliance, and even informal partners. So, for example, the Federal Highway Administration participates in this alliance, though it doesn't do so officially for various reasons. But while it's not officially there, hence the logo's not there, they provide extensive feedback and background. So again, what does this alliance do? Just as Chris had mentioned with hers, and just as Tennessee does with theirs, we get together, we look at issues that are affecting the industry related to work zone safety. It's all focused on work zone safety. And then we'll develop programs or documents or whatever we see as needed as a group to address these issues. And so, you know, part of we have an agreement, a formal agreement that we sign with OSHA that helps us to move forward and sets parameters about what we can and can't do. And so the main thing is we collaborate to improve safety and health practices and policies. And a lot of that is really informing OSHA about what is going on in the industry, and when they're getting out on a job site, what are things that are really dangerous and what are things that are not. So we make sure they're looking at the right things. And we share information that develop with our members and with other stakeholders in the industry. We're looking to build relationships with each other and with, again, the stakeholders, with people that are not necessarily part of the alliance, but are certainly affected by what we do, such as we're doing here in this conference. And then we, just as we're doing here, we'll speak, we'll exhibit, we appear at conferences, meetings, and other events. And so that may be one partner like OSHA coming to meetings. They were planning to be here and moderating this session today, but of course, due to the shutdown, that did not happen. But we help each other out as things are moving forward. And then again, if there's something going on at OSHA, part of that agreement is that we share that information. But altogether, our efforts are to promote roadway work zone safety. And because this is sponsored through OSHA, the primary look is at worker safety and making sure that the workers are protected. Along, you know, traffic control is certainly an important part of that, but because of who sponsors this alliance, that's more of what we have done. So in the last year, we've created some new products that are out there. They're available for people to get. One is called a Guide to Preventing Work Zone Intrusions. And what we simply did is we reached out to the industry, to members. We kind of asked, what was going on? What are you doing to help prevent intrusions? Things that people could implement today that didn't necessarily require a new specification or a new regulatory initiative. But what are things that people can do today to help prevent intrusions? We gathered the industry best practices, put it together in that document. And then earlier this year for Workzone Awareness Week, we gathered some information. We saw the session on data earlier today, and so we kind of combined both sides of that, what's available on the Workzone Clearinghouse, more what's available from CPWR and some of that data, and put it together into a fact sheet that's looking at both the worker and the traffic control side of accidents at construction sites in a work zone. So that fact sheet is out there and available. And then, as Ryan mentioned in his presentation earlier on training, the laborers led the development of this book on internal traffic control plans. And so the Alliance has a little booklet that you can get together, and it gives kind of the basics of what is an internal traffic control plan, how do you set one up, and it's kind of highlights all those issues. Again, all these things are available, and you can find them on the OSHA website under their alliances. They have a number of alliances, and this is under roadway. So you'll see who all the signatory organizations are to the alliance, what products and resources we have developed together and that are available. And again, the whole idea is to coordinate, share information, and make sure best practices are available to the industry. So a lot of great information there. Now, I cannot be here as part of this conference without acknowledging the partnership and the public-private partnership that we have for the National Workzone Safety Information Clearinghouse. In 2027, that will be a 30-year-old partnership. And again, this is public-private between the Federal Highway Administration, Texas A&M Transportation Institute, so that we're bringing in education, and of course, American Road and Transportation Builders. And so the point we want to make is that through our alliances, we are able to create and accomplish things that we wouldn't otherwise be able to do. And because of time constraints and not being able to have every alliance possible speak here, it would be very wrong to not mention probably one of the most important alliances for the Workzone community that we have today, and that is National Workzone Awareness Week. Fascinating interest there. That one is also over 25 years old. You know, it really started in Virginia with VDOT had come up with this idea for a week to really observe work zone safety. It was successful within the state of Virginia. They took that to ATSA. ATSA saw the benefits of perhaps doing something nationally. ATSA then took that to the Federal Highway Administration and then to AASHTO. That alliance was originally formed, and then that grew to where ARTBA was added to it, AGC was added to it. Kind of the core committee also has the DC, Virginia, and Maryland Departments of Transportation, and others participate in this alliance. And again, you should all here are probably very aware of Workzone Awareness Week that takes place every year to promote workzone safety. So really the point, I think, from all of our presentations here today are to share information and encourage you at whatever level that is, whether it's a state, maybe even within a community and organization, find ways to work together to promote safety, to allow you to collaborate, to talk to one another, to share challenges. I thought it was really fascinating as I was listening to the Tennessee Department of Transportation and the Tennessee Road Builders talk about their alliance, because you know, it's probably very uncomfortable, and I'm sure it happens all the time, but when Tennessee DOT would go to an individual contractor and says, hey, you have failed on this temporary traffic control and that type of thing, or you're not doing this right, and it can be a little bit uncomfortable. However, when you can do this through a partnership and in those committees, you can come in and say, hey, here's a problem that we're seeing within the contracting community. How can we work together to make this better? It takes an individual person off the hot seat and also makes it a collaborative solution. So these kind of ways to work together can really do a lot to build bridges and to solve problems in a cordial, mutually respectful way. And I think our whole country needs to do that a little bit better, don't we? So we'll be glad to take some questions here. We have a bit more time, and if anybody has any questions or comments or would like to share anything about a successful partnership in which they've been involved, we'd love to hear it. Justin, Clay, Chris, I invite you to come back for any kind of closing thoughts that have crossed your mind as we have talked about partnerships and things that perhaps you've even learned today that you think might be easily implemented. Any thoughts as we see if questions come up?
I just want to echo what you said about DOTs or public agency officials approaching contractors on an individual basis, there's a whole lot more power in us working together to solve a problem than there is in one person going and trying to correct another person, and it's more productive. We get all sorts of ideas that we wouldn't have gotten about, well, why is that an issue? Well, the contractor struggles with this because of some other issue that maybe we can help resolve. And so I think that's something that's a lesson for us all to learn, not just within the world of Workzone safety, but in life in general right now. And so I really appreciate this. Is a very encouraging to me to see all of the different things with the Alliance and the potential resources that we have there. And so I agree with you 100% on that.
And I'll kind of echo what you all are saying from the industry side. Anytime that you can work something proactive instead of reactive is always better, right? So whenever we can get on the front end of conversations before you're in the middle of a hot topic, it's hard to get sometimes emotions out. There's always a monetary value in there, so that'll change your opinion. And that's something also too that we talk a little bit about in these conversations is, okay, well, department, this is what you want, but understand that we are still a low bid. That's how we get our jobs, is low bid. And so we have to make sure that if this is what you want, you need to make sure you spell it out really well so that all the competition knows that they have to play by these rules. And if it's bid the same, then that's fine. You're getting what you want, but don't give a gray area, because in competitive bid, if you give a gray area, they will always pick the lesser route to get the competitive edge, and that might not give you the product that you want or the safest product that we need to be using. So I would say some of our conversations a lot of times is just, hey, if this is the topics that the devices you want, make sure that you word it this way, spec it this way, so we can get the intention. Because if not, if you leave a little room to slide that, it'll always be slid. Somebody will find a way to skew it just a little bit. And so, and once again, I would say right now we're on our big meeting, we're 30 plus people, and it takes us, I would say, almost 2.5, 3 hours to get to meeting. And it's not a boring meeting. It is a highly involved, every person is talking. It is by far one of my favorite meetings I go to. And that says a lot when it comes to contractors wanting to come into a meeting. I mean, to attract that much attention, we're doing something right. And matter of fact, we're in the process, and it's hung up by me a little bit, of starting up another committee, which is nothing but the safety, head of safety officers for each company working with TDOT and having a communication right now. And so we're laying the groundwork for that with Clay and Lee and our side, and really getting the industry side, but getting all the safety officers of each of these companies to meet and talk about that. So to have a whole nother committee spur off, once again, it's champion. So great things that y'all are doing. Love the partnerships, and we couldn't do it without TRBA, TDOT, and ARTBA. We get a lot of information from you all as well. So thank you all.
Thank you.
No, I'll add to that too. I mean, listening to Clay and Justin talk about your partnership and the benefits of talking to people who don't come from your own perspective, right? Who think differently from you, and going into these kind of group collaborations with really different types of people in the NORA Construction Sector Council, from government and industry and labor and academia. You get as much out of it as you open your mind to, right? And it's like I never have come away from a meeting with people who aren't like me without learning something. And I think that's, our organizations are learning from each other. And when, Justin, you can make sure that the Department of Transportation understands the bidding process and the constraints that you as a contractor is under. that can change the whole specification, and that's success. And that means that there's going to be safety at the end of the day. And that's the only thing that's important in my view. So.
Excellent. Well, thank you all for participating in a great session, as I knew it would be when I knew you were coming. So we will have a little bit longer break before we get to our final session of the day, which I think follows naturally onto this. And this is on risk and liability and how to mitigate those risks, because they can be substantial when the public is driving through our work sites. So stay tuned for that last session. Matt, back to you.
Thanks, Brad. So we'll take a 15-minute break, and we'll see you then for our final session. Thank you very much. So don't change that dial. We will be back at 4 o'clock for our final session of the day. Following that, we'll have our ARTBA Technology Showcase, which I know you'll enjoy. It's 4 fantastic short videos about the use of new and innovative technologies in our space. So we'll see you here again in just 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just 2 minutes out from our final session, reducing incident risk and liability. So go ahead and get settled in, and we'll join you in just a few minutes. And let's go ahead and get started. So, we're back for our final 4 o'clock session. Remember, immediately following this, Brad will lead us through our Advanced Technology Showcase, our ARPA Technology Showcase, which is a really fantastic and short experience learning about new technologies in our space. But let's go ahead and get started by introducing our moderator, Isabella George, for Reducing Incident Risk Liability.
Hi all, thank you for being part of our last panel of the day. As a reminder, during this session, if you have any questions for our speakers, you can put them in the chat anytime. For this session, we are joined by Jared Ullman and Gary Thomas. Dr. Ullman is a senior principal engineer with Kittleson LLC, where he provides expert witness and traffic engineering services. Prior to joining Kittleson, he was a senior research engineer and Regents Fellow at the Texas A&M Transportation Institute. During his 39-year tenure at TTI, he conducted numerous studies pertaining to work zone safety and mobility, traffic control devices, and transportation operations. Dr. Ullman was one of the original members of the FHWA ARPA TTI team that created the National Work Zone Safety Information Clearinghouse and oversaw TTI's efforts as the operating subcontractor of the clearinghouse website until his retirement from TTI in 2023. He is a member of the National Committee on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, an independent organization that provides consensus-based recommendations to the Federal Highway Administration regarding potential changes to the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. Dr. Ullman is a fellow of the Institute of Transportation Engineers and a licensed professional engineer in Texas. Dr. Thomas is also a senior principal engineer at Kittleson LLC. He's based in College Station, Texas, and has over 36 years of transportation and traffic engineering experience. He has been involved in matters of litigation and tort liability for the last 10 years on cases involving temporary traffic control zones, traffic control devices, at-grade railroad crossings, parking lot design, traffic signal operation, and roadway design. Thank you both so much for being here. I'll pass things off to you. You are muted. Sorry about that.
Am I unmuted now? I think I hadn't done this before. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Really enjoying the virtual conference so far. Y'all are doing a great job. But as the end of the day, presentation here of the second day. Gary and I are going to do this in a very much a relaxed co-presentation format. We felt change it up a little bit rather than making it two separate rigid presentations would make more sense and be a little easy, little conversational and a real rigid presentation. We are going to focus on what we have seen through the years. Gary's got many more years than I do in terms of looking at this from a liability litigation standpoint. We also rely heavily on some other experts in our firm, particularly Joe Balaschke. Many of you may know Randy Schultz. Both also provided us a lot of input on what we want to present today are things, issues, how we want to characterize of things that pop up in when you're talking about litigation that occurs as a result of a crash that occurs in a temporary traffic control zone. So with that, we'll get right into it. What Gary's going to jump in, do our color commentary as I'll start things off, and again, like I said, he'll stop in and offer his input as well, pretty much on a slide-by-slide basis. So yeah, hopefully this will be entertaining and very useful to you all as well. So with that, jumping right into, let's see,
Oh, you're remuted for some reason.
I don't know why it did that. Am I still muted?
No, you're good.
Okay. Let's go back to this then. And you can see my slide, right?
Sure can. Let's do it.
All right. So
I'll be your Troy Aikman to your Joe Buck.
Yeah, we go. You'll be Troy
For the
Aikman.
sports fans out there.
There you go. Yeah, Troy Buck or yeah, Joe Buck is. Yeah, that sounds appropriate. I get the negative aspects of all this the reporting. So anyway, as far as TTT litigation risk, we're going to talk about it in I think in these 4 general categories. I believe most everybody who's on today probably think, well, duh, that we know you need to have a traffic control plan or follow some traffic control plan standards. You need to implement it. You need to maintain it. Those kinds of things. And from a general standpoint, yeah, I think everybody believes they are. What we hope to share with you today is ways in which folks who maybe thought they were find out when you get down right into it, and particularly from a litigation standpoint, it's not necessarily so. And so hopefully these will be maybe lessons learned, maybe things to keep in mind, and those kind of things when you're talking to both within the agencies and contractors, subcontractors that deal with this on a day-to-day basis. So let's start out. First, let's say item under the those that don't have about not having a traffic control plan, and we've seen several instances in the things that we've looked at deals with the mobilization of equipment in and around our work zones. I think it's fair to say that if you talk to the folks on the boots on the ground about moving equipment around, that moving operation, that's not a mobile operation, so we don't really have any guidance on how to do that and that kind of thing. I would say based on some examples that we've been involved with or I've seen that's not always the case. I think the key point is when you're divine or looking at whether you actually have a temporary traffic control zone, a work zone. If you look at the MUTCD, any place an activity causes road user conditions to be changed is basically how they define what a temporary traffic control zone is. And if it's because of some sort of a construction, maintenance, utility activity, basically you have a mobile operation if you're changing the road user conditions. Transporting equipment at highway speeds along a highway, you're not impeding traffic, same as anything else moving on that facility, probably not a mobile operation. But if you are changing those conditions, you probably are. We've seen examples. For example, in one case, a contractor was moving a piece of equipment from one job site to the other, just driving in the travel lane. It was a 70-mile-an-hour facility, traveling around 9-10 mile an hour. Didn't have a shadow vehicle or a TMA or anything like that. Claimed it wasn't a mobile operation because they were just moving equipment. In another instance that I can recall, the similar kind of thing. They were actually moving from an on-site facility, moving equipment into the workspace that they were going to be doing. But because of the situation, the roads they were traveling on, and the speed at which they were traveling on, they were definitely impeding traffic. And as a result, when the crash occurred, it was claimed that they were not following the appropriate, as I say, temporary traffic control for the mobile operation. It also depends a little bit on how the contract of the agency contractual agreement is as to what you need to do if this is something that's being done as part of your mobilization. If that's how in the specifications, mobilization includes anytime you're moving equipment in and out of your workspace, then you obviously need to follow the mobile operation requirements as they're defined in the construction contract. Anything else you wanted to add there, Gary?
Yeah, I think one of the other things I was going to talk about was setup and takedown of your traffic control zone. This is a very critical time, and one case that I have been working on recently, they were almost done picking up the control all the traffic control devices. There was a lane closure across a bridge with no shoulders, and they were picking up the last of the signs. And so, mind you, there's just a couple more signs, and so there was a shadow vehicle with a crew in front of them. And the crew in front of them in their work vehicle was picking up the last of the signs, or they're turning them down. I think they were picking them up. And the vehicle got rear-ended. And there were some other extenuating circumstances, which I'll talk about a little bit later when we talk about another topic. But there's not a lot of guidance on what you do to pick up and put out, other than lane closure. Well, you set out the lane closure in the direction of traffic, and you pick up the lane closure against traffic. But there's not a lot of guidance or standards out there. It's the traffic control zone is when it's out there, when the thing is all set up. And one of the arguments that this plaintiff was making is like, well, there was no advance warning that the crew was out there picking up signs. And to which I was arguing, well, they wanted some kind of advanced signing that they were picking up signs. Well, then when you go to pick up that sign, do you have to have advanced signing in front of there? The crews are picking up that sign, and it goes on ad infinitum. So just keep that in mind, that there are no real standards, and that's a very critical time in the life of a work zone, is the picking up and taking down, especially if that's during nighttime.
Good, very good point. Absolutely correct. So equipment mobilization, something to certainly keep in mind, and how you're complying with your contractual requirements. Another one we've seen in a couple of instances, utility work. And granted, there are allowances for very very short duration activities. A lot of utility work is very get in, do a couple things, get out kind of a thing. But we have seen instances where crashes have occurred because, in my opinion, there's been an over reliance on that statement that you don't necessarily have to have all of the traffic control, advance warning, and those kind of things for something of short duration. The instances that I'm familiar with, it was affecting a travel lane, and they just opted that there wasn't a need to put any sign out or anything like that, in the crash occurred in that regard. So it's maybe, but one way to characterize it is that it's a short duration. You do have those allowances, but in some cases, and I think in this one instance, the work lasted longer than that short duration requirement or that activity definition, and so the defense of, hey, that this was just, I didn't need to put this out, or we didn't need to put out more notice, advance notice, that kind of thing, really didn't sit with the facts of the case there. So, okay.
Yeah, and I'll add on. I think this is one of the most critical things is the short term. We're only out there for an hour, so we threw out some cones. So we spend time, as in our litigation area, we write reports, we do depositions, and we sometimes speak at trials or testify at trials. And sometimes you may be asked to testify at a trial. So picture yourself up there on the stand saying to a jury of 12 of their peers, well, we only were going to be out there for an hour, so we didn't think it was necessary. Can you picture yourself saying that on the stand? If you can't, make sure you have all the devices out there when you are doing something, even if you're only out there for 15 minutes.
Very good point. I heard once that there are two types of, predominantly from the contracting side, two types of contractors: those that have been sued and those that haven't been sued yet, but will be. So that I think that's very good advice, Gary. So, all right. Another one in this area, and it's labeled under not having a traffic control plan, but perhaps maybe it's maybe would be better characterized as not having a fully developed or comprehensive traffic control plan. And in this instance here, there was a case where there was some striping going on in a given on a given route, and so signing for that striping operation was in place and everything, but the striping equipment itself had to turn around and get in position to do with something else, and the intersection, the cross street, because it was again a short-term activity that was just put out with more of a standard traffic control plan on the facility, that the painting was going in the direction of the painting activity. So as a result, there wasn't warning on the cross street while that piece of equipment was turning around. A crash occurred, that kind of thing. So considering those kinds of, this is probably something that fits under the standard traffic control standards activity. But recognize, are you going to be affecting an intersection, high volume, commercial driveway, or any of those things? Thinking through those and not just relying on the simplified TCP standard sheet for doing that. So anyway, anything else there, Gary?
Nothing to add there.
Okay. Okay, well, let's move on to the second category that we had mentioned, the improper traffic control plan implementation, and this one kept, a lot of things come under this particular category there when you're talking about incorrect devices themselves being in place, placed wrong, those kind of things. So you can see the list here. There's been a number of cases that we've seen and heard of where things as simple as it was a left-hand lane closure and it had a right lane closure sign up, or a curve. It was a curve warning sign that was supposed to go to the right, and the sign itself was going to the left. Use of putting signs out that was the wrong size. You would think, I think folks who were putting this out probably had the wrong set of signs with them, or at least a sign that was the wrong side, but rather than go back and get the correct one, said, it doesn't matter, this is close enough. Those are the kinds of things that do get looked at very closely, if a crash occurs and they go to trial. Wrong taper links for lane closures get measured. The plaintiff gets out there, and the attorney for the plaintiff gets out there quick enough. It's one of the things they really focus on. Failure to close or cover a sign that's isn't currently valid during the temporary traffic control. Something as simple as that, even if it doesn't directly causationally can be pointed at that, that's the reason this crash occurred. A lot of times it gets used as that the contractor has been is not putting a lot of attention into this temporary traffic control, that they're lackadaisical about it, and it's a sign of I won't say necessarily negligence, but potential negligence that could be occurring here. Works on the other side as in the same way that changing up the plan or putting things in a different location that then was called for in the plans for whatever reason, something in the contract activity or the construction activity caused it to not to be in the correct place, and so moving it upstream or significantly, or removing it entirely, those kinds of things, without having somebody that's with responsibility for the agency, making that determination and signing off on it. Another common types of things that show up in litigation. So.
Yeah, talking about, it's a lot of times, and again, I want you to think about in terms of a jury hearing this, because ultimately that's who could decide the damages being awarded and who's at fault. And so you might say, well, 30-inch sign versus 36-inch sign, that didn't have any impact on whether the crash occurred or not. And you're probably right, it didn't, but that will be pointed out, I assure you, by a plaintiff attorney. It's like, look, they don't read the contract that closely. It says 36 inches. They put out 30. Nobody gave them approval to do that. Oh, and by the way, this striping here that they put down also is a little bit off, or the taper that Jerry mentioned. It's supposed to be 200 feet, and it was only 180 feet. Okay, it probably didn't have an impact or a causative factor on the crash, but that will be highlighted in a trial and just saying, I'm just using that as the royal they, don't care. They're sloppy. And that just goes to show that they didn't have the public safety in mind when they do these things. So they may be little things, but little things add up.
Excellent. Very good point. Another area that we've seen a number of cases that have shown up deal with the incorrect positioning or use of shadow vehicles, protection vehicles, with TMAs. The one case that I'm aware of that they were supposed to have one on the shoulder, and they failed to have that one as far upstream that was providing a notice of a lane closure downstream. They did have a second one that was in the lane. Unfortunately, it was actually work that was occurring on the roadside to the right of the shoulder, and the work vehicle itself was on the shoulder. So it's a little unsure why they felt the need to close that travel lane itself. They did have it on the left arrow, so it was indicating the need to move over, but somebody came along, didn't, for whatever reason, was distracted, noticed the shadow vehicle, the TMA too late, couldn't move to the left, so they did the instinctive swerve to the right. But unfortunately, that's where the work crew was, and so there was a collision, that kind of a thing. So that's certainly one case. There's other examples. A water truck that was being moved along at a low speed was not against some roadside watering. Did not have a shadow vehicle behind it. Was impacted. Resulted in litigation. Excuse me. Let's see here. And another same kind of thing. Another instance where it was actually a right lane closure. They were supposed to have at least two shadow vehicles, one on the shoulder, and then one in the lane. The contractor actually had one shadow vehicle was being repaired, and so rather than canceling the work operation for that day, they went ahead with just the one that was behind the vehicle of the work crew. And as you might imagine, it did get hit. Fortunately, they did have a TMA on it, but again, an example of not following the contract, failure to have an advanced warning vehicle notifying folks. Doesn't guarantee that wouldn't have happened, that crash, but at least from the standpoint of the subcontractor, the indication that they did not fulfill the requirements required of them for that work operation. So,
and on the subject of TMAs in general, great devices. I think over the years they have saved a lot of lives and injuries, but they still need to be used properly. I mentioned an earlier case about them picking things up, and there was a TMA. It was out in the lane. They were picking up the last sign. There was no shoulder on this bridge, and they started to raise the TMA. It's that kind that, curls up like a certain tail of an arachnid. I won't mention because I don't want to mention brand names, but it went up, and before they got up to a reasonable speed, somebody came along and rear-ended. And here they were out in a travel lane, and they had raised their TMA. Probably shouldn't have done that. And so you got to keep that in mind as well. Again, there's no standard that says, here's how you do this. And so you have to, and a lot of companies will have internal safety procedures, and make sure your people are following that.
Excellent. Okay. Another category where we've seen multiple cases arise deal with the use of law enforcement. I've heard earlier, I think today, or was yesterday anyway, law enforcement, very important safety tool for our work zones. And I think there's plenty of research data shows that they do have a positive effect on safety. But depending on how, contractually, they're either mandated or encouraged, using them, not using them, or using them incorrectly can be raised in litigation. Familiar with, we have one instance where it was actually required that the officer or that officers be written in the contract be used during a lane closure on a high-speed facility. The contractor could not produce even an effort to have reached out to obtain an enforcement officer in vehicle, so couldn't even show that they tried, and there wasn't one available or anything like that. So that certainly can be a case where that because of the sort of the known value benefits of them, if it's required, very, very important to make sure they're in there. We have, in another instance, making sure they're used correctly. There was an instance where the contractor had hired off-duty officers to assist them in a mobile operation, and it was actually moving some equipment into a workspace. But they asked the officers to travel behind them, directly behind their shadow vehicle, to protect their work vehicles. And they ended up, and there was a section where the officers couldn't move over to the shoulder. They slowed down or stopped for some reason, and then the officers themselves were run into. This has been a thing and an emphasis area for federal highways for a number of years, where you don't put your enforcement vehicles in that situation, in that instance where they are the first vehicle in a convoy, both from the standpoint of the officer safety, but in addition, TMAs, as we all know, are designed to absorb energy and an impact and reduce the severity of that. So it also has an adverse safety consequence to the motoring public to have those officers not correctly positioned. And so anytime you have them in your mobile operation in the travel lane, making sure that they are in front of a TMA, very, very critical. So let's see, I have any other ones I need to. And that last one I did want to bring up was an instance where there was a nighttime lane closure. The contractor had hired two officers to support them, but the contractor did not provide a lot of guidance on what they were supposed to do. Say both positioned themselves in the vicinity of where their work activity was going on. A queue was did form, and propagated upstream. There was a rear-end collision, and the plaintiff in that instance was claiming that at least one of those officers should have been positioned upstream of the queue to provide some sense of advance warning of the queue that was present there. So just something to keep in mind in that instance as well.
Yeah, law enforcement using them, it's a difficult thing. Some of the things I've seen are, well, you had line items in your budget for, using law enforcement, but you never used them. That's a problem, and that's what plaintiff attorneys will glom onto that one. Clay had just chatted in. He said this is something we've been struggling to overcome with LEOs and EMS vehicles being used as traffic control. It's tough because the men and women with the badge and the guns think they know exactly what they're supposed to do, and they probably don't necessarily want to take orders from a traffic control supervisor. And these are difficult things to deal with, I know, but maybe if you have the documentation out there and just say, look, we need to follow this plan, and this shows where you need to be, and that's what we're supposed to follow. And gosh, we'd really appreciate it if you would, I guess. So, but we recognize it's difficult dealing with law enforcement. Some are great. Mind you, I certainly don't mean to make any generalities about it. Some are there to do whatever you need them to do, and then some think they know what is best to do. No, I shouldn't be there. I really need to be over here. So just those are issues you need to work with and just cooperate and get some teamwork going on.
Exactly the right thing to say Gary. It's about communication and teamwork and making things clear before you start the operations, because I would argue that instances where the officer doesn't know what the actual the route is or anything like that, they're looking for in a lot of cases for some direction, and then they can tell you, just like I think you said, Gary, that no, that won't work. We because of this or okay, that sounds good. What if I do this? And you work those things out, and that can be much better than the instance of not using them, for example. So okay.
We can continue on, and I'll just point out Clay did put in a link to a course that he has found helpful, so people online should check that out. Excellent. So another area about improper TCP implementation. We mentioned quite a bit about things not right and things missing. There have been some cases where I suspect the contractor or the crew thought they were helping or doing things better, and they actually added or changed things that because it wasn't worked through the agency or the person responsible for the actual development of the traffic control plan had led to some litigation. One case we had was it was at an intersection, and instead of the layout of the channelizing devices that were shown, the additional devices were added, which affected the sight triangle, made it more difficult to see those that were on the side entering into the work zone itself, led to a crash. In another instance, it was called the plans called for regular concrete traffic barrier, but for whatever reason, the contractor came in and decided that low profile barrier was going to work. It's not clear whether it was because it was available or they thought that was a better alternative, but as obviously when the crash occurred, that was the first thing they pointed to, that the improper barrier was used, and so those kind of things are important to consider. In one case I've had recently, the contractor moved a speed limit sign for a ramp closer to the ramp. Again, I think it was some work activity that needed to occur, but the effect of it was putting it too close to the intersection for somebody on that ramp to adjust their speed correctly in time to negotiate the ramp there. So. And similarly, sometimes it's following the TCP to the letter, and you need to remember that whether it's a typical application in the METCD, a DOT standard sheet, or a specific sheet drawn up for a particular phase of a construction project, these are all two-dimensional plans, right? They're done on paper through CAD or whatever, and it's a two-dimensional plan, but you live and work in a three-dimensional world. And sometimes, you can follow that, you put this sign right there, but the person who drew up the plan 8 months ago before the project went out to bid didn't know about something out there, and now it's blocking something. Well, that's a time when you do need to look at doing a change, either moving it over, moving it up, moving it down, but probably talking to if it's a specific plan for that phase, you want to talk to that engineer if at all possible, or if it's a DOT project, you're going to probably talk to the project engineer there. So sometimes you make those. It's either following it and it's a problem, or making an unauthorized change and now there's a problem with that because you didn't think about something else. So just keep that in mind, that not all traffic control plans are perfect as they come off the printer.
Yeah, but unilaterally changing it is not necessarily the right thing to do either. So yeah, good point. Last one here, or another as far as switching to the idea of maintenance of the traffic control plan. One of the things that I think has become more and more critical in recent years is the notion of you've got to make sure that your advance warning extends beyond the limits of a traffic queue. Now, what that constitute really does, at least what we've seen, differs. Different agencies and states have different the definitions of what warning is and to what extent this responsibility exists. As in some cases it's the case occurred because the contractor was told to change things and they didn't. Other cases, there are other states where the contractor is on the hook to detect and make those adjustments, and in some cases the requirements of the notification are fairly strict and can be even problematic to comply with. But certainly, I think everybody agrees that and we've seen cases if there was a queue extended beyond the upstream limits of the advanced warning signs, it's very difficult to claim and or to avoid a adverse verdict in those kind of situations. So certainly to maintain, we talked about the missing or incorrect devices. Maintaining them is also an area that if a case occurs or a crash occurs and it goes to litigation, even if I think as Gary said, even the devices themselves are not even directly pointed to as potentially causational, it's an indication of general lack of attention to the temporary traffic control in those kind of cases there that that can lead to adverse verdicts, that both in terms of just the quality of the devices there. In one instance that I was familiar with, it was a work crew that had a access point off of a ramp, and at the end of the shifts they would pull a type 3 barricade across to illustrate that's not where the traffic goes. You go up the ramp. But on one day after a work shift, that didn't get pulled back, whether it was because the person who normally does it wasn't there, or there was other extenuating circumstances. But for whatever reason, the next morning, a motorcyclist came through and didn't recognize where the ramp was and rode right through the access area and hit some material and was injured. So again, both the quality of the devices, maintaining those, as well as their proper positioning, is an important part of avoiding litigation for temporary traffic control.
And I think regular documented inspections are very Well, certainly not. Some contracts require them, especially state contracts. I'm thinking of primarily. They will oftentimes, not all the time, but oftentimes require, say, I guess, semi-monthly inspections or weekly inspections and documented. And those are very, very helpful to, again, show that as a contractor or a barricade company, that yes, you do follow the rules. Now, you might be working on a city project or a county project that doesn't require such a thing, but I would argue that's probably a good idea to do it. And it's going to vary depending on the scope of the project. You know, if it's just some little lane closure that doesn't take up much space, then fine. But if it's a mile-long project, you should have people going through at some intervals, and in some cases that could be daily, and just to show the documentation that, look, we checked it that night before we left, and there were no issues. And then, and then hopefully you've got some inspections that show there were issues and you fixed them, and that way it doesn't look like you're just rubber stamping. But I've never met the perfect traffic control zone yet, so there's always something that can be cleaned up, like in the middle picture there on the screen. And so again, it may be required, it may not be required, but probably a good idea.
Good, very good point. Very good point. All right, last category I want to talk about under maintenance, improper maintenance, or you could also call this implementation, is the pavement markings. I think everybody, agency and contractors alike, have this is if we could figure out the way to do this efficiently and completely, it would solve a lot. A number of instances where the pavement marking material has come into play in litigation. I will say in one instance, and it doesn't matter whether or not that there were extenuating circumstances, such as the driver was distracted, that a driver was maybe under the influence or whatever. The argument is that there's things that look like markings out there still that wasn't sufficiently removed, and it was confusing, and that contributed to my client's crash. I think that starts with both the extent to which I would say specification that's used to dictate how the pavement markings are removed. Need to make sure that those are clear and very concise, because as we know that even if you could get all the material off, you're still going to have the ghost markings, and so that part of that is informing the non-traffic experts that no, that's not a marking, that's actually just cleaner pavement than the next pavement next to it. And in other cases, depending on what's allowed by the agency for removal, there will still be small bits of material, in a lot of cases, still there. It's very difficult to get all the material off of the pavement without damaging the pavement, which we know also has adverse effects in terms of pavement quality, rideability, all those kinds of things. So making sure that you're looking at how effective your removal processes are, making sure that you've got the support of the owner or the responsible person for the contract, making those decisions that this meets the specification itself. Very helpful in when these types of crashes come up and are litigated. So.
Pavement removals, I've had at least one case, possibly two. Let's take, for example, that picture, the right picture on the screen, where there's been some pavement marking removal, and you say, well, that doesn't, that's okay. That doesn't look so bad. Yeah, in this light, it doesn't look bad. But now picture this westbound at a time when the sun is very low in the sky. And those pavement removal may look very different than it does right now, and it's amazing how some of them can almost look like they're still there even though they've been removed under the right sun conditions, which means pretty much low in the sky, either and directly in line with the roadway, morning or evening. So keep that in mind too.
Exactly. So yeah, it's a challenge. It really is. And hope somebody will figure that out, and they will be, that'll be the holy grail at that point. So let's move on to some of the other areas that we've seen some litigation issues with. I think Gary's mentioned this already, the importance of documentation. I'm familiar with a couple of cases where there were the handshake agreements. In one case, it was at the beginning of a contract, actually, where the owner agency wanted to use some of their forces to complete parts of an overlay job, basically some backfilling, because they wanted to maximize the amount of actual overlay material that they could get done on the contract, and the contractor agreed. But it was strictly a handshake, sure. And as you might imagine, there was a crash in an area where it looks like the backfilling hadn't gotten done yet. The contractor claimed that they were being told where to do this, and the people that were involved from the owner agency side that made that agreement had retired and moved away. They couldn't get in contact with them, so it made a not a good situation all the way around. So those kinds of things. Same type of thing, and you're making during construction some changes in the field. And in case that we're familiar with, there were a number of changes made to the traffic control plan, and part of it may have been to facilitate or assist the actual conduct of the work itself, and then other areas, it's not real clear what some of the reasons were as to why some of these changes were made. But a crash occurred, and then there was all pointing to, well, this was talked about, this is why it was done. Under deposition, everybody had a different story, nothing aligned as far as what people remembered, because again, part of this is these things come up, years later, and if you have the person still on staff that was involved there, asking them to remember things that were just talked about verbal without documentation makes it very difficult to defend in litigation. So
I think that's a great point that a lot of people don't realize if you haven't been involved in any kind of litigation yet. It doesn't happen the next day when everything is fresh in your mind. It could be a year later. It could be 2 years later. Honestly, it could be 3 years later. Kind of depends on statute of limitations in your particular state. Maybe 3 years later, you're like, we don't even remember that crash. I mean, unless it was something truly amazing, catastrophic, in which case you probably would be out there the next day, at least documenting stuff. But a lot of these crashes happen, and you may not even, I've had companies go like, we didn't even know about it until we were sued 3 years later. So documentation certainly is important. Plaintiff attorneys want to see documentation, even though it's not always required. If you have something that can back up what was done out there, is helpful. Yep.
Very good. I totally agree. And one last thing I will add up, that seems to be more of a recent development is more and more agencies and contractors going to fully digital document or documents and that kind of a thing. And in one instance, a subcontractor who was being litigated against was trying to demonstrate that no, they'd had proper training of all their employees that relevant to the task at hand and everything, but had a cyber attack and lost all of their files for the time period that that was of interest for this particular crash. So they couldn't validate or verify that that they had done this training and that kind of thing. So something to kind of think about is making sure you've got if you're the more we go to digital, that there's a place besides your company computers that you're backing up to in the case of a cyber attack, or just computer issues, those kind of things. So certainly just other non-compliance with contractor requirements with respect to allowable work days and times, not getting permission to do a lane closure, or asking for a week but continue to do them after that week's over with without going back and getting further approvals, working outside of the times that that they were allocated to. Obviously, a lot of cases those get litigated even through contractually, that you're not in compliance between the owner agency and the contractor, but can become up as a indirect contributor to litigation related to traffic crashes in the work zone as well. So smart work zones. We heard some documentation of work zones yesterday being used more and more. We have had instances that occurred where, that they're not required in most cases, but if they are, making sure that there's a way to basically prove that they're working, and they're working at the time that a crash occurred. So in one instance, that was exactly the documentation that was being looked for, but the owner agency didn't know where what data was. The contractor didn't know. The subcontractor who actually that provide this couldn't get to it. So there was really no way to verify that the system was operating at the time of the crash, and so it becomes a point of contention as to whether or not it met the contract requirements, and whether or not it was had an impact, a contributory effect upon the crash itself. So I think these are kind of the same kind of thing. The inadequate training, another thing to keep in mind, particularly I think I mentioned it for utility operations, but maintenance type of contracts as well. There have been instances that we've seen where there's a collision, and when got down to looking for adequate training, that's always something that comes up in litigation. Was people properly trained? And there's a lot of we did that on the job. Having ability to demonstrate, this is what we talked about for our on the job, our toolbox talks or whatever. Very helpful in defending that truly the training occurred, it was appropriate, and it was adequate, as opposed to say, we do it on the job, but we can't tell you what we talk about and how that gets transferred to our employees. It makes it more difficult to litigate. Another case that I recently was involved with involved somebody who's not even normally doing road construction work. It was a concrete saw cutting subcontractor that they had brought on. The contractor, that sub never even thought about having their employees trained for basic how do you protect themselves in work zones, and as a result, the saw cutter finished one saw cut in the workspace, walked right out into a travel lane to do his next saw cut without recognizing that he's no longer in the workspace, was hit by a vehicle. So making sure that those that don't normally work in the roadway environment that you brought on as subcontractors, I think, is a very, very important thing to keep in mind.
And I don't know the specifics of that particular case, but correct me if I'm wrong. Knowing how cases work, if this worker was probably either was hurt or killed, and the family then became the plaintiff and probably sued the contractor that he was working for. Would that be accurate?
That is
because
very
you might
accurate.
be thinking it's like, okay, so a driver came along and hit him. I don't get it. What's our life? So that's how it works.
That's how it worked. That was the worker claim that they that was inadequate protection for them, kind of thing. So, good point. And then I think the last item, very quickly, depending on the contractual requirements that you're working under, particularly for mobile operations, making sure that there's communication capabilities between everybody in the work operation, including law enforcement if you're using them in conjunction with your mobile operations. So we had an instance where the officers were told where to be, but they weren't provided any way to communicate with the work vehicles up front, and led to a collision with a rear collision with that officer because they couldn't let folks know that they were in a vulnerable place there. So, all right. I think that's about everything Gary and I wanted to cover. We're almost out of time. I figured it was going to take a whole hour to get through some of these things. We have 5 takeaways here that we hope that came out at least indirectly from our presentation here. Certainly knowing what's in the contract and adhering to it to the minutia is very important when it comes to litigation. They're looking for minor deviations or major deviations, even if they're not directly related. Those things come into play when you're litigating the case. One thing that Gary brought up yesterday, I thought was a good point, that there can be a sense that, or a perception, misperception, if you will, that, hey, you can't protect against everybody, and if that driver was drunk and distracted or whatever, that's not my fault. That doesn't necessarily play out in court necessarily. With several of the cases we've been involved have that exact scenario, but the contractor is still being sued and being held against that they contributed to this event, this crash, if you will.
Yeah, and I'll probably point out the more typical is what happens is as a drunk driver comes through and also is high and is sleepy and all these things, and something happens in a construction zone, they cross over a median, let's just say, and hit another car who's just little old lady just driving along like she normally does every Sunday. She gets hit and is killed. Well, the drunk driver has no insurance, right? Or minimal insurance. And here, and maybe not killed, but actually it's far more expensive if they're hurt and they have lifelong care needs or something. Well, the family, $25,000 ain't going to cut it. And so who do they look for? Oh, it happened in a work zone. They're going to sue you. That's how it works. Our legal system works in the United States. They will look at the name on the side of the truck and say, okay, well, they've got a big fat $5 million insurance policy, so we're going to sue them. Whether you did anything wrong or not. You might have the perfect work zone and have inspected it and kept everything perfect. But that's just how it is. And so everything you have to back up good, solid work procedures and inspections and documentations will help you in the long run. And so the only thing I was going to say, since we're down to the last 3 minutes, you've heard the old expression of don't say anything that you don't want to see on the front page of the newspaper, right? Well, here picture yourself on the stand and talking to 6 or 12 other people about what you did or didn't do out there. And, you got to be able to, you're sworn to tell the truth. And if you don't, you're committing perjury. So you got to think about that on your safety procedures and making sure you're doing things right and keep those work zones as perfect as you can.
Perfect. Great way to end. I like that. There's Gary and my email addresses if you have any questions afterwards that you want to reach out to us about. But that's what we had for you today. I'm turn it back over to Isabel.
Thanks so much, both of you. That was wonderful. Haven't seen any questions in the chat. A couple comments about different resources, which is great. But I think seeing none, and since you shared your contact information, we can pass it on to Matt to close us out. Oh, actually, looks like we may have a question from Clay.
No, I don't think any questions.
Yeah, I'm going to ask a question, and I can do
Oh,
this
you
because
raised your hand.
I was a former presenter. So instead of having to put it in the chat, no, guys, I really appreciate you guys covering this topic. This is a big deal that all of us on both sides of the industry have to deal with. I wanted to ask you. You had both alluded earlier on in your presentation about the installation and the picking up of temporary traffic control not only being one of the riskiest parts of work zone operation, but also one where there is the least amount of detailed guidance that's provided from any resource. And that's something that we're struggling with in our agency in Tennessee. And so we're trying to wrap our heads around that. Are any of you aware of any either research project that's ongoing to develop guidance, or of any of the industry or trade organizations that are trying to tackle that from a procedural perspective, because the MUTCD doesn't talk much about it at all, and that's sort of the gold standard?
I'm not aware of any research currently underway. Of course, I've been out of the sort of the research gear for a couple of years, so there may be something being looked at that way. Speaking from the MUTCD perspective, and I do know that they've definitely left it vague, given the I guess variation in what folks believe for their own jurisdiction is the most safest way to do it. I would agree that better research to see, is there one way better over the other under all situations or not, would be worthwhile. But unfortunately, I don't know. I'm not aware of any work underway that time. That might be a good idea to offer up for NCHRP research, or states are allowed to offer up those kinds of ideas. So maybe it's something to work to put together and submit.
Yeah, hey Jerry, I was just going to add too. I assume Kittleson comes at this from the side of an expert witness testimony. I know the insurance industry and some of those larger insurers in this area also have a lot of good information on this. It might be worthwhile, kind of putting together a best practice guide or something like that.
Sure.
I know we've had a couple of them present years ago at this conference. So.
Yeah. No, I agree. I can tell you for a fact, TxDOT, depending on what district you are, they have different opinions on what's the safest way to take up and put down various sets of traffic control devices. So, yeah, it's a challenge right now.
All right.
All right.
Perfect. Thank you both so much.
Hey,
Matt, back to you.
Well, I'm just going to send it right over to Brad, because Brad is going to introduce our next section here. So, Brad, take it away.
Sure. Hey, for those who stayed around all the day, at the end of the day yesterday, we're repeating those videos, probably in a little different order, but these are videos that several companies have prepared, or we help them prepare, to showcase technologies that improve roadway work zone safety. So if you haven't seen them, if you didn't stay around yesterday, stay around today. They're really some interesting information about great technologies to keep us safer when doing work zones. Thanks so much. Oh, and we will see you tomorrow at 12:30 with great sessions.
At Trimble, we offer a new and safer workflow for managing payment and roadway assets. One of the safest and most efficient ways to collect data is with the Trimble mobile mapping system. The system involves two lasers collecting millions of points per second, panoramic and dedicated pavement camera, and embedded Trimble Genus SINS system to ensure sub-centimeter accuracy. An operator stays in the car while the system collects information about transportation assets at highway speeds. There is no need for an employee to be on an active highway and no need to drive slower than surrounding traffic. Once the data is collected, it can be analyzed in Trimble Business Center, also known as TBC, Office Software. AI-powered tools automatically extract information about payment distresses according to standards used by owners. In addition to that, using the very same data set, TBC can automatically extract information about all the other roadway assets, including guardrail, poles, traffic signs, and more.
Hi, I'm standing here on the side of Interstate 5 in Glenn County, California, with traffic zooming by me at 85 miles an hour. And the technology that we are now starting to utilize is mobile terrestrial LiDAR scanning. More specifically, some of the new tools that Trimble has developed with automated feature extraction and classification for roadway surfaces, specifically pavement inspection. So traditionally, if we were doing a pavement overlay on a road like this, I would have inspectors wandering along the side of the highway. They would have a clipboard, they might have a measuring wheel, and they would have upside down paint, and they would be marking out dig out locations. Again, not a super efficient process, highly dangerous. As you can see, I have 80,000 pound trucks driving by me at 70 miles an hour. Not the best environment to be working in. So if we can do this more effectively with some of these new tools at highway speed at 55, 60 miles an hour, with the mobile scanning system, number one, we can be a lot more efficient, but number two, we can actually be a lot more accurate.
Hi, my name is Tom Parbs, and I'm the Vice President at HozAlert. The technology that I'm highlighting today is Safety Cloud by HozAlert. This life-saving safety service gives advance warning via notifications to motorists 30 seconds upstream through their phones, through their infotainment systems, natively through popular auto brands, or via leading navigation apps. This prompts motorists to actually slow down and move over before they get to our road crews. The Safety Cloud technology is currently deployed across thousands and thousands of agencies in the US and Canada, and even more in the UK, Europe, Australia, and New Zealand. It has been proven to reduce the risk of near miss, collision, injury, or death by as much as 90%. Further, it's been shown to reduce hard-braking incidents that lead to intrusions, lead to collisions, lead to injury or death by as much as 80% or more. And recent independent studies have also shown that 97% of motorists slow down and move over within seconds of receiving the Safety Cloud alerts. If I had one desire for the industry, it's that everybody goes home safer to their family every day. No more injury, no more death.
Removing tape is one of the most dangerous tasks in a work zone. Workers are often on their hands and knees, sometimes using grinders, inches away from moving traffic. Our new tape technology enables the automation of the work zone. Now, a single worker with a cart and a tape peeling machine can remove the marking tape in one pass. That's a real game changer. The work is faster, which means less time on the road, which means less worker exposure in high-risk areas. Also, since workers don't need grinders or water blasters, there's no scarring or ghost lines on the pavement that can cause long-term hazards for drivers. Our all-weather removable tape technology has been used in projects spanning 29 states across the United States. On a high-traffic bridge deck in Miami, where other tapes had failed, our tape remained in place and removed in one piece after 7.5 months of extremely high ADT. Michigan has also been a leader in adopting this high tensile strength tape and has completed several successful projects that underscores its effectiveness. 3M Pavement Marking's mission is to help bring families home safely, and we believe that our 710IR series tape helps us achieve that goal by helping improve the safety of roads and work zones. Now, 3M Stay Mark temporary pavement marking tape can be used as part of an efficient, automated removal system that helps reduce the time workers are on the roads. We believe this can help save lives.
Every single state right now across the United States that utilizes e-ticketing has the capability to automatically broadcast worker presence notifications to the traveling public. And at its core, digital construction material data provides agencies with actionable information that a job site will have construction work taking place somewhere in their state or region. And a growing number of states, 11 in total, are exploring how to combine every single technology-capable device on the job site and turn that into a safety feed. The goal is to make real-time, accurate, actionable, and redundant notifications to the traveling public about worker presence, regardless of what technology is used, reducing that barrier of entry to zero. In 2022, the Delaware Department of Transportation approached us with that very hard question: what else can be done with e-ticketing data to protect our workers? This came after a motorist unfortunately died on the construction job site, and we've been on this road ever since. And this question has been asked for every single new addition to the eDoc platform. And now, with 30 plus states already utilizing e-ticketing in some shape or form, can start broadcasting that information to the traveling public right now. Protecting workers is our mission at Hall Hub. It's something that we dedicate every waking moment to. Every construction job site should be safe, and every worker, private or public, should be able to go home healthy at the end of their shift. And nothing will stop us from achieving that goal. And to accomplish this, we partner with construction equipment companies, device manufacturers, safety vendors, and a significant number of state departments of transportation, from California to Maine and from Washington to South Carolina, to work to improve these safety outcomes. Our idea is straightforward and simple. We must do better at taking the things that are already readily available and already in place right now to protect these workers.